seconds.
Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Mayor of Eastleigh, Councillor Darshan Mann. And as Mayor, I chair meetings of the full council. Apologies that the Mace is not here this evening, but as we are holding this meeting virtually, I hope that you will agree that it appearing on the slide is sufficient. Welcome to this evening's full council meeting, which is being broadcast and recorded via Microsoft Teams Live. This is the first time we have carried out a full council meeting virtually. Though we have all taken part in other committee meetings, this is the largest group of councillors together. So I would ask that you bear with us while we get used to this new technology. If we have experience a connection problem, this event will be paused. If a councillor loses connection or joins later, I will ask them to introduce or reintroduce themselves for the benefit of the viewers. In the unlikely event of myself losing connection, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cynthia Garton, will take over. Councillors are reminded to keep themselves muted and with their cameras off unless they are called to speak. Please remember to request to speak via the chat function, which is being monitored by a number of officers. Please do not put comments in the chat as they may cause some requests to be lost. We will take councillors in the order in which they appear in the chat. Should we inadvertently miss you, please indicate again. When councillors are speaking, please make sure your camera is on and mic unmuted in the absence of the traffic lights. I will warn you when you have 30 seconds remaining. At times, I will ask officers to explain where we are in the process. So I apologize if the meeting takes longer than usual. In terms of voting, we are working on a solution to allow councillors to vote online, which will hopefully be in place by the autumn. However, until then, when a vote is required, all councillors will need to unmute their microphones and when asked clearly state for, then when asked against, and again when asked abstain. If it is not clear from this, we will undertake a full roll call of all councillors to establish the majority. You are reminded that the option to have a recorded vote is still there, and any councillor can make such a request, provided it is supported by 3 other councillors. At this point, we need to carry out a roll call to meet the legislative requirement to prove that councillors are in attendance at this meeting. When Laura calls out your name, please state present, ensuring, of course, your microphones are unmuted first. I will now hand over to our Democratic Services Manager, Laura Johnson, to carry out the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I call your name, councillors, please just indicate that you are present. So Councillor Airy.
Present.
Councillor Allingham.
Present.
Councillor Asman.
Present.
Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Bearder.
Present.
Councillor Bicknell.
Present.
Councillor Bourne.
Present.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Sorry, present.
That's okay. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Corbyn.
Present.
Councillor Caudry.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Cross. Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Doogie.
Present.
Councillor Dogood.
Present.
Councillor Garton.
Present.
Councillor Goma.
Present.
Councillor Gruevski.
Present.
Councillor Groves.
Present.
Councillor Holes,
Present.
Councillor House,
Present.
Councillor Irish,
Present.
Councillor Jerd,
Present.
Councillor Curl,
Present.
Councillor Mann, Councillor Manning,
Present.
Councillor Marsh,
Present.
Councillor Parker-Jones,
Present.
Councillor Pragnall,
Present.
Councillor Pretty,
Here.
Councillor Rich,
Present.
Councillor Rushton,
Present.
Councillor Tennant,
Present.
Councillor Tidridge,
Present.
Councillor Trace,
Present.
Councillor Tyson Payne.
Present.
And that concludes the roll call. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next item, parting. We have received one request for live participation and one written statement. These will be introduced at the relevant agenda item. Before we begin the formal portion of the meeting, it is customary for the mayor to give an overview of recent highlights in the civic calendar. However, mayor's engagements have been very low-key for obvious reasons over the past 3 months. So I have little to report in terms of mayoral activities. Instead, as we emerge from the very challenging lockdown period, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the many residents across the borough, our friends in local charities and other organizations, as well as council staff, who have risen so brilliantly to the challenges presented by the coronavirus crisis in supporting our communities and businesses by continuing to deliver essential services, supporting your neighbors or volunteering through our local response center. It is clear that you have provided a lifeline for many residents, especially vulnerable people who have been self-isolating. On their behalf, I would like to say thank you. We would normally be looking forward to fantastic community events this summer, such as the Eastleigh Mela. We would also have celebrated the Pride Festival and excellent Eastleigh Unwrapped, which comes to the town centre in June, but which this year took place online. I hope that we can look forward to these coming back stronger than ever in 2021. Despite our inability to organize live events on the 75th anniversary VE Day, I was privileged to offer a virtual toast on behalf of the people of the Borough to the heroes of the Second World War. I now look forward to my forthcoming and unexpected second year as mayor, and I hope that residents and businesses will continue to support my charities, which appropriately under the circumstances all have a role in combating social isolation. One community visiting service, Eastleigh Lions minibus appeal, and Eastleigh Borough and Romsey Mencap. Since the last council meeting, the Black Lives Matter movement has come to greater prominence, and I am sure that all councillors will join me in wanting to restate our commitment to promoting equality and celebrating diversity across our borough. As a council, we maintain strong links and positive working relationships with all our communities, and we will continue to work hard to support them. Councillors, next we need to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th February 2020. May I have a proposal, please?
Propose, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Happy to second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bicknell second is. Are there any questions? Councillors, now we need to vote, remembering to unmute your microphones. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Agree.
Aye.
Agree.
Against? Any abstentions?
I shall abstain, Mr. Mayor, because we've only just received the minutes and I haven't had a chance to read them. And I understand from the conversation that was had that they have changed several times. So I couldn't in good grace say that I agree with those minutes. So on this occasion, I shall abstain. Thank you.
That's been recorded, isn't it?
Right. Agenda item 2, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we have apologies from Councillor Cross, but we have no other apologies. Thank you.
In the respect of declarations of interest, councillors are reminded that you must declare any personal or pecuniary interests in accordance with the council's code of conduct and standing orders. Councillors have been asked to declare interests in advance of this meeting, and these were circulated by the email in advance of the meeting. Do any councillors have any additional interests to declare?
So no,
Take
Mr.
it
Mayor.
as no.
No.
The next item is the leaders' report, where councillors will have an opportunity to questions. But I will remind you that there are no supplementary questions in this section. Councillor House, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations on being the first Eastleigh Mayor to host an online council meeting. I recognise this probably wasn't the way you would have chosen to have your mayoral year, but you are breaking new territory and you're doing it with your usual style. So congratulations on that. Now, Mr. Mayor, as this is our first council meeting since the national lockdown in late March, as a result of COVID-19, I want to start this report by putting on record, as I have at Cabinet, my thanks and the council's thanks to all those in our community who've gone the extra mile over these last 4 very difficult months. The national media has rightly given thanks to frontline staff in our National Health Service. They've had an incredibly difficult and dangerous job, and most especially in those first few harrowing weeks. Frontline staff in a wide variety of areas put their public duties before themselves. When COVID-19 is finally consigned to history, I hope we will still recall all of those. The care workers, the bin crews, the shop staff, the ground staff, the postal workers. These were not in the limelight, but they got on with taking care of Britain. We all owe them a debt. Here in Eastleigh, I want to thank again all of our staff who had to adjust just over 1 weekend to working from home rather than working from the office, and then getting as close as possible to business as usual. Unlike some other areas, our phone lines were not switched off. We kept going. And thanks to all of those that had to take on new roles, often very different from their regular jobs. That is also true of the thousands of volunteers around our borough that stepped up to care for neighbours, to do shopping and prescription runs and more, and the teams at Chandler's Ford Help, Eastleigh Community Aid and King's Community Church Hedge End that pulled all this help together. I still can't understand, Mr. Mayor, how a wealthy country like Britain can tolerate the need for food banks, but the Eastleigh, Hedge End and Netley banks proved a lifeline for many of our residents. This council agenda includes reports from a number of cabinet members on how their services have responded to COVID-19 and our new life. So let us hope that with continued vigilance and with the benefit of the work of the world's scientists for treatment and vaccination, 2020 will be looked back on as an aberration, but also one where we were able to re-evaluate some of the ways in which we live and our country is run. Mr. Mayor, this is our first council meeting since receipt of the Government Local Plan Inspector's letter of the 1st of April. Although it took 17 months from the council's submission of the local plan to government, it was good to learn that the inspector agrees that there is a route to adoption of the plan, with, following usual procedure, modifications after further evidence on local gaps, the Chickenhall Lane Link Road, and a range of other issues. It's encouraging too that the inspector has agreed the council is in a strong position to provide sufficient housing, including affordable housing, for our local residents. I remain concerned about some of the comments that have been made on local gaps, which we know are valued by our separate and distinct communities, and the implication of a shorter plan period that will make delivery of infrastructure harder to achieve. Mr. Mayor, in June, we brought to Cabinet a report working through the detailed action points to liaise with the inspector. This technical work and studies are now underway. So the process of modifications, consultation, further hearings and a final report all come before adoption. Much of the timing of this is in the hands of the inspector rather than the council, and we will be seeking clarification from the inspector of a likely time availability to work with us to get to a point where the plan can be adopted. At June's Cabinet meeting, I was pleased to be able to give assurances to Bishopstoke Parish Councillor Anne Winstanley in answer to her question that the council will actively resist any development proposals in countryside sites not in the revised local plan now that the strategic growth option has been deleted. And I was pleased too to reassure County Councillor Mike Thornton that we will continue to work on infrastructure proposals for the Bishopstoke Road corridor into Eastleigh from Fair Oak and Bishopstoke. We have £1 million of our own funds allocated to this and will need the County Council as Highway Authority to assist with these proposals. These are serious issues for serious times. The housing crisis is still real. Our commitment to infrastructure first remains in place, as we're demonstrating with work starting on the road link at 1 Horton Heath that will relieve Burnett's Lane. And our commitment to the environment is strong, as we have demonstrated with our updated climate action plan, and even last night at Cabinet, announcing proposals for a 5-acre tree nursery at Horton Heath as part of our commitment to 160,000 extra trees in our borough over the coming years. Mr. Mayor, let me turn to public finance and again put on record my thanks to council staff that have had to work with the challenging finances of new costs and lost income to keep the council's finances and thus our services together. There have been worrying reports around the country of councils being close to bankruptcy. Our own county council in Hampshire has announced that it's £103 million down, that it will need £200 million of savings with £120 million of additional cuts, and that 3 out of 4 scenarios for the future show a county council that is not financially sustainable. And that is in the context where the Chancellor and Secretary of State gave assurances to local government to spend what was needed to tackle the virus and just get on with the job. Well, Mr. Mayor, we need the government to honour that commitment and repay local government the costs and the income that it's lost. Fortunately, we're not in the position that many councils are in. Our underlying finances are strong, and although we've had to make provision for some lost and some delayed income, our medium-term financial strategy, updated at each Cabinet meeting since April for transparency, shows that we will not be looking to cut services and indeed are able to retain our focus on public health, climate and environmental action, support for local business and growth, and for housing delivery to meet local need. Here, at least in Eastleigh, it is business as usual, albeit with some changes in how we work. Mr. Mayor, during the course of this week, we've learned that Hampshire County Council proposes to withdraw funding from 2 libraries in our borough and to reduce library hours by 32%. This comes despite a public consultation where the choice was between library closures or reduced hours. Now Hampshire proposed both, with cuts in hours way above those they were consulted on, in addition to removing funding from 2 libraries. Some of the detail of how these changes will be made, if agreed, have only emerged since yesterday afternoon. So there is no time before the county's decision next Tuesday to take a report to Cabinet, or even to have a fully worked up one brought here at Council this evening. Yet it is vital that our voice and the voice of our residents is heard. So, Mr. Mayor, I propose to move the suspension of Standing Orders 7.1 and 7.2 in our Constitution to allow Councillor Nick Couldry from Fair Oak to move an emergency motion on this topic. The process to do this is that I move the suspension of these standing orders, and if this is seconded, we debate that suspension, vote on it, and then if agreed, Nick Couldry can introduce his motion. Mr. Mayor, I'm sure there may be questions on my report, but dealing with this standing order suspension to debate our emergency motion must take priority, so we can return to questions after we have moved to suspension of standing orders and then debated Nick Couldry's motion. So, Mr. Mayor, I move suspension of standing orders 7.1 and 7.2. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Do we have a seconder?
Do we have a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bicknell, happy to happy to second the suspension of standing orders.
And we'll normally ask the public participation. Is there any public participation?
We normally ask for public participation. Is there any public participation in this?
I don't think it can happen, Mr. Mayor. So we move straight to the debate.
Is there any debate?
That's no. I think Councillor Parker Jones
No.
was to question the leader's statement. So that's no. So
All right.
We move to the vote then, please, Mr. Mayor.
Can we move to the vote now, please?
All those in favour.
Those in favour?
Agreed.
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 Those against?
No abstentions.
No. Abstentions?
There are no abstentions, Mr. Mayor. So we now invite Mr. Nick Couldry to introduce the motion. He has 10 minutes.
So now I invite Councillor Couldry to move his motion, and
Has 10 minutes.
you got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the text of the motion has been circulated, so I won't trouble to go through that. And the background of this is that the Hampshire libraries are in trouble. The Hampshire libraries are in trouble, and it's not all the County Council's fault. The root of the problem lies in Westminster, not Winchester. Traditionally, central government provided all the money that was, well, most of the money that was needed to provide local services. But the Tory governments over the last few years have cut, and cut again. Consequently, every council has to manage on less and less, and it's less and less each year. That leaves the County Council in a very difficult position. But even before the coronavirus crisis, it had a deficit of about £80 million per annum. And it could be worse. We've heard the leader mention a £200 million deficit, and certainly the coronavirus has involved the council in very heavy costs. Now, the government's promised to bear that costs, but there doesn't seem to be any hurry to perform. And I've noted from the consultation response that the Hampshire Tories seem to be treating this like any other promise from Boris, and they're not counting on receipt of this money anytime soon. Instead, what they've done is what they always do. They've cut all expenditure for every department at the same rate. Well, I do query whether this is the best approach. Surely they have some priorities and some priorities that they wish to push forward, but no, they're not going to make any decision. They just cut the things ratedly. And it does mean that you don't have any idea of what the effect of your potential cuts are going to be. So it's difficult enough to weigh the importance of, say, filling potholes against staffing social care homes. But when you don't know what the effect of your cuts is going to be, it's it's impossible to make a sensible decision. And in contrast, when this council was faced with a similar position, its response was a million miles away. We undertook a fundamental review of the way we provided services and what services to provide, and made massive cuts to the council's administration in order to get there. Now, not everything's worked perfectly, but at least we took a good hard look before deciding what to do. The county council seems to be incapable of doing that. And that's the fault of the political leadership, not the fault of the county council staff or their administration. Anyway, be that as it may, the County Council decided that the library service had to provide £1.86 million of costs out of its budget, out of its budget of £13.8 million. So it issued a consultation paper. Now, in some respects, that was a very good consultation paper. It measured everything: the number of users of each library, how many books were taken out, and so on and so forth. But what it didn't really do was give a real picture of what was going on and what the effect of council cuts, of the library cuts, would do. For instance, when it looked at Fair Oak Library, it looked at the bus timetable and recorded that it took less than half an hour to get from Fair Oak to Eastleigh on a bus. Well, that's sometimes true, but not while Eastleigh Library is open, because that's in the middle of the day when the road is clogged with traffic. Similarly, you can get from Fair Oak to Bishop's Walton by bus quite quickly if you choose the right time, but you don't know how you're going to get back at that time. So really, the idea that that there is an alternative library provision within half an hour by public transport is a deeply flawed conclusion, even though technically, looking at the figures and looking at the numbers, that's what you can show. Even worse, the consultation barely acknowledged the role of local libraries as a community hub. In Fair Oak, it's the only community facility that's in the middle of the village. It's important for lending books, but much more important for those unstructured things of people meeting locally, and even the more structured things of knitting nature sessions, baby rhymes, or whatever the particular session is and on any particular day. That's what keeps communities together, and the library is a key part of that. Anyway, that was ignored, and for Fair Oak, the consultation paper was little short of disastrous. It proposed closure to save £37,000 out of the £80 million needed. It's a paltry figure, but it has huge effect on Fair Oak. So the parish council did what it could. It looked into the options, decided the best way forward was to, rather than just oppose the proposals, try and meet them halfway and try and help County Council to provide a decent local service. And it adopted a proposal to arrange for volunteers to provide services rather like the Tier 4 libraries. It would save the County Council well over half the cost of running Fair Oak Library. Well, we saw the response to the consultation earlier this week. It exhibited exactly the same features as the consultation. Strong on figures, but failing to show any understanding of the role of the libraries in the community. The proposals didn't give much weight to the results of the consultation either. 57% of responses wanted to avoid closing any libraries, but still the library service decided to close almost all the libraries it originally suggested. And even worse, it wants to withdraw support for the community-run libraries that it does support already. It talks about transitioning them to independence, but what it means is it'll give them a bung of £10,000 or less than £10,000 and tell them to shove off. You won't be surprised to hear that the library service rejected the parish council's offer to help. After publishing its response, it responded to the parish council saying that it will not have the staff available to help support volunteer-run libraries anymore. That is their decision. It's phrased as if it was an inevitable consequence of something out of their control. But they have decided to direct staff to do other work, rather than spend a very small sum on supporting many hard-working volunteers and saving a dozen community libraries. Altogether, the response is rather strange. Strange combination. The library service has assessed and analysed a huge quantity of data in a very competent way. It's mentioned all the right things about the role of libraries in the community and the need for innovation. But its conclusion ignores them. On every judgment, no weight is given to the needs of the local community for a functioning library. And all innovation is to be stopped out. There's going to be no diversity at all. It's one size fits all. It's a typical top-down reorganisation, totally devoid of any imagination. This response is bad. It's deeply disturbing. And now it's to be rubber stamped by a single person. There's to be no debate. Other options are to be ignored. No one is to be put to the trouble of defending these cuts. Nobody can be required to explain why they're needed and why they are the right ones to be made. They're simply to be pushed through with a minimum of fuss and publicity. Well, that's not good enough. And that's why we are pushing for this motion today. No one suggests that there are any easy answers. It's a dreadful position that the County Council faced, and it's not caused by the county councillors there, it's caused by the central Tory government. But many of us think that there are better options and better ways of dealing with this problem.
Councillor Coldery, you've got about 30 seconds.
Thank you. Other options would reduce the damage to our libraries, but they can't be explored if they can't be suggested openly and they can't be debated. And that is why we want the county councillors to debate this fully. We need to stop these cuts and until we've had that full debate. And we also need the support, the change in the policy of the central government. And for that, we need the support of our local MPs. And that's why we're moving this proposal. I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Is there a seconder for this?
Yes, Councillor Marsh would like to second this, and can I reserve the right to speak later, please?
Thank you.
Councillor Tidridge first, please. In the debate, we move to debate, and it's Councillor Tidridge who's indicating first.
Right, now we move on to the debate.
Councillor Tidridge.
Councillor Tidridge would like to speak.
Thank you. I would like to express my support for the motion. However, I would like to propose an amendment. The amendment I would like to propose is that point 4 is added. Point 4 to be that the council requests dialogue between Hampshire County Council and Ferrick and Horton Heath Parish Council to explore whether the parish council is able to take over the operation for Ferrick Library.
Next is Councillor Garden, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm Councillor Cynthia Garton and I represent Hedge End South. When I read this Hampshire County Council report on libraries, I have to say that I was quite annoyed and upset. I was brought up in what some might say was quite a deprived area. Money was tight and there wasn't a lot of money spare for non-essentials. I love reading books, and apart from birthdays and Christmas presents, the library was the one place where I could access books for pleasure and education. Sorry, there's something coming up. Should speak on the amendment? Sorry. Can I carry on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can carry on, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm a little confused. I thought that we had an amendment proposed and I was waiting for somebody to ask if that was going to be seconded, and then we would have debated the amendment before we go on to the motion proper. If the amendment falls or doesn't fall. Isn't that the way that the system is set up? Perhaps we should get some advice before we go into the actual debate of the broader topic.
Sorry, Councillor Parker-Jones, but I wasn't aware that you were wishing to propose an amendment.
No, Councillor Tidridge proposed an amendment.
I'm sorry, we didn't catch that, so I apologise for the for that. Could Councillor Tidridge repeat the amendment, please?
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay, the amendment I'm proposing is to add point 4. Point 4 is to request dialogue between Hampshire County Council and Fair Oak and Horton Heath Parish Council to explore whether the Parish Council is able to take over operations for Fair Oak Library. Sorry, I thought I made that quite clear.
Yeah. Is there a seconder?
Is there a seconder for that, please?
It's Councillor Parker Jones, and I'd be happy to second that that amendment.
Right, and now we are debating only the amendment, Councillor.
Right, now we will debate the amendment only.
So is anybody wish to speak on the amendment?
Anybody wants to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I did put a request in as soon as the amendment was moved.
Who did,
Oh,
sorry?
Councillor.
I'm sorry, who wishes to speak? Oh,
There we go.
speak. Oh, Councillor House wishes to speak.
Councillor House, I think it's
Councillor House on the amendment.
Councillor House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally appreciate the spirit in which the amendment is moved. And in discussion with Councillor Caldry yesterday, when the first draft of thinking about a motion was put forward, we did give some thought as to whether it would be appropriate to talk about the future if the County Council agrees the package of cuts that's in front of it. But we did feel it would be premature to list a whole set of things that the council might do or might need to do if the County Council takes the decision on Tuesday to go ahead with its cuts. Clearly, if the County Council does vote for its cuts, then there's a lot of things that this council will need to do. We'll need to be working with Fair Oak and Horton Heath Parish Council. We'll need to be working with Burslem Parish Council. We'll need to be thinking about how we might promote additional volunteers to try and recover some of the hundreds of lost hours that will happen just over a short period of weeks across the other libraries around our borough, along with trying to make sure that there is future protection for other libraries that might be threatened in the next round of cuts. We could be sitting here in a year's time talking about proposals to axe West End Library or to axe Netley Library. So we concluded that would be a bit premature. So I would urge members not to back the amendment this evening. Clearly, if we get to a position after Tuesday where the County Council presses ahead, then yes, all those things will need to happen, but it would just be a little bit premature to do so this evening. So I'd urge members not to back this amendment tonight.
Is there anybody else wants to speak on the amendment?
I think Councillor Parker Jones does.
Councillor Parker Jones, did you want to speak on this?
No, I was only seconding Jin because it seemed like we'd gone off of the standing orders and the way that we were conducting our business. I fully understand actually what Councillor House has just mentioned about that going forward, once we know the actual outcome.
Councillor Parker Jones, I'm really sorry to interrupt. Would you mind putting your camera on if you're going to speak so I can send you live because you're a disembodied voice at the moment?
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're live now, Councillor Parker Jones.
Yes. So my point was that we seem to have strayed off of what standing orders was. I fully understand what Councillor House was saying, that actually that maybe this is a little premature, but it does seem a bit of a moot point to say we should ignore the amendment now, but then we might pick it up again after next week given the outcome. I think it would be good for us to have a contingency plan. So perhaps the amendment should have said if the County Council was minded to axe it, then a discussion should be held immediately with Fair Oak and Horton Heath Parish Council. But I think our intention was quite clear that we wanted the amendment in to ensure that Fair Oak continued to receive a library service. This was not about disrupting the proposal. It was actually about supporting it, and we had hoped that this would have reinforced it. So it's a bit of a shame. Thank you.
Anybody else on the amendment?
Anybody else on the amendment?
Councillor Caldry, would you like to sum up on behalf of the amendment?
Councillor Coldry, can I ask you to sum up on behalf of the amendment?
Councillor Craig would like to speak on the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Laura. It was just to say I do understand what Jin and Lou are saying, but Keith is absolutely right. If we add a point 4 in here, we are going to have to add all the other libraries. You know, I'd like to see all the libraries in that we as a council have put money into, but I think it's just very long-winded. The more that's in there, the less likely there is to be communication and agreement with the county. So I think we need to keep it as it is and add those things later. Thank you.
I think that's on the amendment. So Councillor Coldry, sum up on behalf of the amendment.
Right, can I ask Councillor Coldry to sum up on behalf of the amendment?
Thank you. I'm very grateful for Councillor Tidridge and Councillor Parker-Jones for bringing this point up, because it is a point that where substantively they're right, and I entirely support them. Indeed, when we were discussing the draft of this emergency motion, we had another, I think, 8 or 9 things to add of similar ilk, and that's why it was dropped. And I think that Councillor Craig just put it very well. We can't put them all in, so let's just take one step at a time and stick with this motion, and then we can move on to deal with whatever the county council does. I'm sure there will be discussions in the future. There are discussions going on, and I'm sure that there are discussions going on with every parish council who are sponsoring or in the same place as a local libraries that's threatened. So I would reject the amendment, but not the sentiment behind it. Thank you.
Right, can we go to the vote on the amendment now, please? All those in favour?
Aye.
Again.
Against.
All those against?
Against.
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 Abstain?
Against.
Anybody abstaining?
Yes, I'm going to abstain because I'm not quite sure what I'm voting on.
I'm going to abstain too.
And I shall abstain as well.
The amendment is clearly lost, so we now move back to the original motion and invite Cynthia Garton to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Right, I'll just get back my train of thought again. As I was saying, that when I read the report from Hampshire County Council on the libraries, I was annoyed and quite upset about it, about the proposals that were coming forward. I was brought up in what some might say was quite a deprived area. Money was tight and there wasn't a lot for non-essentials. I love books, and the library was the one place where I could access those books for reading pleasure and for education. Now, some might say that that was a long time ago and times have changed, but no. I have grandchildren who love to go to the library and choose their books. They like a book, something tangible, not an e-book on a screen. But libraries are so much more than borrowing books. They provide activities for the young and for the not so young. Access to the internet for those who don't have it at home as well. Most of all, they are community spaces that should be at the heart of our community. Now, some might say that schools have libraries, but I've actually read that 1 in 8 schools no longer have a library. Now, a lot of this is a result to government cutting the budgets to schools. Reading the report, I believe that it's incorrect in some of the conclusions it comes to. For example, we do have areas in Eastleigh Borough where people are struggling. Residents who visit the food banks just to be able to feed themselves and their families. Books are expensive, and closing libraries will mean that the less well-off will not have that opportunity that I had all those years ago. It's all about equality and being given the same opportunities, whatever your circumstances. We've seen this with school children during the lockdown who have not been able to access the internet too. And I don't want to see that gap widen between the haves and the have-nots. We also know access to a PC is much needed. The public one in Hedge End Town Council offices, for example, is well used by residents, as the one in the library is usually in use. Now, as a Hedge End councillor, I am very concerned about the proposal to cut the library hours in Hedge End from 43.5 to 26.5. That's a reduction of 17 hours. That equates to a 39% cut. That's 39%. And I have to say, we've been here before and it just is not good enough. As I said before, these are community spaces, so much more than just about borrowing books. And it's suggested that residents from Fair Oak can use Hedge End, Eastleigh or Bishop's Waltham Library. Cutting hours reduces those residents' access to Hedge End Library, and it's a community space, and Fair Oak should have its own. It's also not very green telling residents to drive to the library. Now, I understand that Hampshire County Council has to make cuts due to their government cutting budgets, but it's always the vulnerable, the young and the elderly who suffer these cuts. Now, just one more thing before I finish. I was reading what Councillor Sean Woodward, the Executive Member for Recreation and Heritage at the county said, and I quote, "The authority is absolutely committed to providing a high quality library service." So I will just leave that one with you, and I very much support the motion we have in front of us this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I equally feel as strongly as Councillor Garton does about this issue, and I have to say that the two of us, I think, had a very similar upbringing, because in part of what I wanted to say tonight, I wanted to emphasise how libraries change lives, and they certainly changed the direction of my life. I grew up in a working class family with no books in the house, and nobody in my family had been to university. But once a week, while my parents did the weekly shop, I would go to the local library. And it was whilst wandering amongst those shelves, looking for whatever book captured my imagination, that my love of learning was born. And as I sit talking to you now, I have 3 degrees and I'm surrounded by a house with thousands of books. And I want other people to have that same experience and opportunity that I had. It was life-changing, and it's really the impact on people suffering with social deprivation that I am most concerned about. I'm sure we'll hear from other councillors about Lowford Community Library, which serves one of the most deprived areas of our borough, Pylands Wood, which is earmarked to come out of the library service. And whilst Hampshire have made some provision for areas where they have the most deprivation overall, there seems to be very little recognition of how pockets of deprivation exist everywhere. And in fact, the argument seems to be that it's okay to cut the library service because we can all go digital and we can download an ebook. But what about the 8.9% of adults in Eastleigh who are not online? There's no recognition that some residents do not have digital access. They don't have the internet at home, or they don't have mobile phone credit. But they still have to process their universal credit applications online. They still have to update their job journals to prove they've been looking for work. You know, last year, Hampshire County Council had a huge focus on the dangers of social isolation and loneliness, We've got 48,000 people in the borough over 65, sorry, in the county over 65. 24,000 of those apparently are intensely lonely. You know, libraries are a lifeline to older people. They're a lifeline for parents with young children. They're a place for the unemployed to go and get help and support. And here we are proposing to cut that service. There's no recognition of the value of the library as a community space. People go there to connect, to feel part of the community and to feel safe. And there's no recognition of the lack of choices that people on low incomes have. A library not being available on a particular day may be okay for somebody like me. I've got loads of choices, but actually if you have to go to a job appointment and you want to go to a library on the same day, if you can't do that, that's cost you more money. You need more bus fares. And this whole idea about sending people to a library which may be 20 minutes drive up the road or 30 minutes on public transport. You know, aren't we trying to improve our air quality? Haven't we all declared climate emergencies? It just is not joined up thinking. I think this approach is so short-sighted and it's such a contrast to the approach that we take in Eastleigh. Last night at Cabinet, we were discussing the creation of a tree nursery so that we can plant over 160,000 trees in the borough over the next 10 years. The benefit of those trees will be experienced by people not born yet. Some of us taking part in this meeting may not even be alive when those trees reach their maturity, but we're doing it because we recognise the importance of investing for the future. Hampshire, in contrast, have taken a different approach. Save money today and pay for it dearly in the future. Libraries empower individuals. They lead to greater social mobility. I'm living proof of that. They lead to greater educational attainment, improve employability, lead to better health outcomes, cost the state less, they build stronger communities and improve democracy. If these cuts do go ahead, there may be a short-term saving, but it will cost the residents of Hampshire dearly in the long run. And I am firmly against them. Although I must say, I do welcome Hampshire's commitment to try and find a better location for Eastleigh's library, and I will obviously join with others to do all we can to support that initiative. I will definitely be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Groves, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Councillor Tim Groves, representing Chandler's Ford. I'm very concerned about the proposed reduction of hours to all our libraries, and in particular Chandler's Ford Library. This is an excellent facility, well used by residents. In fact, the best used library in the whole of Eastleigh Borough. It provides a very valuable service to young and old especially. It makes no sense to reduce the hours. It is used because it is an excellent facility and it is open. The suggestion that hours should be reduced in Chandler's Ford by 19% from 51 hours before the coronavirus crisis to just over 41 hours per week under the county's proposals makes no sense. It reduces the service to residents. It is not what is needed. More use rather than less use of the library is needed. A Chandler's Ford resident who has been staying at home until now, being in a vulnerable group, told me how she had gone to the library yesterday and said how well it was organised and that she appreciated being able to get out and use the facility. A very valuable service was available to her. I visited the library in the middle of the day today when it would normally be open, and unfortunately it was closed. When I was there, I had a discussion with residents outside seeking access to use the library. They couldn't. From having the library completely closed, the county have now just reopened, but only for 24 hours a week, a reduction in hours of 53%. This makes no sense. When there is demand for services, libraries should be open for longer hours, not less hours. We should be sweating the asset that we have. This is what businesses do. They increase opening and operating hours because it significantly reduces overhead costs per hour open. It's what the county should be doing with libraries. This is even more important when we're asked to socially distance. Facilities need to be open longer to allow use by residents at quiet periods, if there are any. The service needs restoring to at least 51 hours a week as before. I understand we're in a transition from complete closure, but the service needs restoring as soon as possible now. Many people are now suffering mentally from isolation. They now need to be encouraged to use facilities safely and rejoin society. It is suggested by the county that Chandler's Ford Library, amongst others, would provide a service to Fair Oak residents when their facility is closed. Have you ever tried getting from Fair Oak to Chandler's Ford? When driving, you have to go along really congested Bishopstoke Road right into the centre of Eastleigh before coming out of Eastleigh again. More than 20 minutes if there's no congestion at all, a lot longer with congestion, which is routine. And of course, the facility needs to be accessible to those who don't drive, including children and older adults. Public transport's not easy. It takes 50 minutes by timetabled public transport each way, and there are very limited public transport services. Anyone using the facilities would realistically have to be taken by car. It's not what we want. I challenge, in particular, Councillor Grajewski, member for Hiltingbury, and County Council Cabinet Member for Public Health, to support this motion, which is so important to prevent a reduction in library hours and the loss of valuable community services to the residents of Chandler's Ford. I support the motion, and in conclusion, would like to request a recorded vote on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gomer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Garson and Councillor Campbell both passionately talked about their own experiences of libraries as children. And I know it may be hard to believe, I was also a rather bookish child myself. I loved bedtime stories and I would read for hours before bed, usually when I should have been sleeping, and then usually fall asleep with my book under my pillow. And of course, actually, for so many families, libraries are fundamental in providing those experiences, as well as that whole host of those other things we've heard, like access to ID, social space, childcare, and a sort of civic place. And so it's really hard to overemphasize the importance of access to libraries and the resources that they contain, and that means they need to be open. I think it's no coincidence that some of the wonders and the legacies of the ancient world were not just palaces and statues, but libraries. You know, the great libraries of Constantinople and Alexandria, because symbolically and pragmatically, libraries underpin some of the most fundamental tenets of our society. Our belief in the Enlightenment values of education, reason, rationality and debate, our belief in science, technology and innovation, and our belief in social mobility, aspiration and equality. Because it's libraries that provide the information, the opportunity, the culture, the art and the wonder that makes those things real. And in an era of fake news and misinformation and social isolation, far from being a luxury to be cut, libraries seem to me to be more important than ever. So here in West End, the 30% cut in hours is going to leave us with library access for just 16 hours a week. The practical significance of that is that West End Library will be less convenient, less accessible and less effective. It undermines the investment that has been made by this council. It undermines the excellent work of West End Parish Council in supporting the library and their attempts to create a vibrant civic space in the heart of our community. And seeing how Fair Oak has been treated, seeing how public support for that library has been ignored, how the parish council's offer to continue it as a community library has been rebuffed, frankly leaves me fearful for the future of our local library provision everywhere. So, for everyone who relies on our libraries, especially all those kids who are reading under the duvet when they should be asleep, I really welcome the aims of this motion. To object to those cuts in our libraries, to at least see that those changes are properly debated and not just rubber stamped by one person. and to ask our MPs to tackle the root cause of these problems, which is, of course, that chronic underfunding of local government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bearded, please.
Our team in Fair Oak have been fighting for the library there for as long as I can remember, because libraries have been under threat for as long as I can remember. One time I was a willing camera holder. I went down to meet Councillor Caldry and I was a little bit early. So I thought I'd pop in to speak to the staff and take a look around the library myself. And this is anecdotal, but it was clear how dependent on some aspects of the community were on that library. And it was clear how dedicated and passionate the staff were who worked there, volunteered there, many of them. And it was a pillar of the community. As councillors, whenever a decision is taken, we always have to think about how it will affect the most vulnerable in society. And this is a decision, if it was to go through, would affect the most vulnerable disproportionately and tremendously. And that is why we absolutely have to fight it with every thread in our body. So I massively support Nick, Councillor Caldry, and the aims of this motion, and hope that Hampshire County Council can find a way to stave off these cuts. Thank you.
Councillor Rupert Carroll, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that most of the points I was going to raise have already been covered and have certainly been expressed very eloquently by my councillor colleagues. I will also be supporting this this motion. I too am a county councillor representing Botley and Hedge End North, as well as Botley Ward on the Borough Council. And I'm afraid we've seen this all before. You know, we've seen the mobile libraries cut, which you know was absolutely devastating for small communities and also villages, etc., and towns throughout Hampshire. And of course, that has led to great issues and concerns around social isolation. And this has been exacerbated clearly with the health emergency that we've just seen, where actually it is, again, I'm afraid, it's those that are less well off. It is those that are vulnerable. It is those that are exposed to these kinds of extremes that actually, I'm afraid, suffer the most. And it really is quite worrying. I was very concerned and very upset when the mobile library service was cut, as indeed other facilities that the county council provided also close to our school networks, in effect, that also were lost with Sure Star centres, etc., when they were closed. And it really is part of, as has already been said, you know, the fabric of our society, in effect. You know, it's like a rite of passage going to the library. I'm afraid I wasn't actually, like other members have said, they were very much bookish or bookworms or whatever when they were younger. I'm afraid I need a little bit more encouragement actually in that area. And I have to say, you know, I used to go to the library, and I have to say there is something magical about going to a library. It's something about the smell of the books. It's about touching. It's the tactile senses, in effect, of pulling a book off the shelf, and the wonders that actually lie within the covers of that book. You know, even if it's the pictures, you know, and then you start reading the text and everything else. And it really is. It is. As I said, it's like a rite of passage, and young people should have that opportunity to be able to do that. And I do fear, as I did when we lost the mobile library service, I do fear again that this is a race to the bottom, and the county council really absolutely should think very long and very hard about the impact that these cuts will have on not only our existing residents and young people and young families now, but for future generations. It is always very difficult, I think, to be able to actually put a price on social value. It really is. It's not about pounds and pence. It really is about community. It's about cohesion, and it's about the sense of belonging and everything else. And I do feel that we will be poorer as a society generally, again, if these cuts are voted through. I have to say there are lots of other things that the County Council are cutting, not just libraries. I do fear, I'm afraid, that if these cuts go through, what will happen is, I'm afraid, footfall again will drop, probably because there will be less opportunities to visit the libraries, and because of that it will be self-fulfilling prophecy that they'll say, well, the libraries aren't being used, and there'll be more closures to come in the future. I really, really hope that isn't the case. What the County Council should be doing, is expanding the offer of libraries, and as one councillor has already said, sweating the asset, making it more resilient, in effect, making it more relevant, if that is the case that needs to be happening. We put IT in there. There are all sorts of other opportunities. They are a real community hub. They increase footfall to our towns and villages, which help with the economic viability of our towns and villages as well, which is also incredibly important. And it gives people a focal point within our communities where they are able to meet. They feel safe, and also they're able as a centre of learning as well. So I will be supporting this motion, but I really do fear, I'm afraid, for lots of our services which we've already seen under threat, and there may be more, including things like tips that we might see in the future as well. But I would urge, please, councillors, please support this motion. We need to send a very strong message to the County Council, and I hope that other communities will be doing exactly the same thing as we are. But we need to send a very strong message to the County Council that this is just not acceptable, and they should really think again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Holmes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listening to this debate, and I'm really pleased, by the way, that this motion came forward. So thank you, Councillor Couldry and Councillor Marsh for bringing it forward. I get the awful impression that the perception out in the public domain in our communities will be that actually this has been slipped through during a very difficult period in our lives with regards to COVID. And I sincerely hope that that's not the way the county has done it, but that's the impression that it gives. And I think it will give that impression to the public, who are very concerned about their libraries. I totally agree with everything that everybody has said about Bishopstoke and Chandlersford and Hedge End and so on, but I specifically want to talk about Lowford Library. Back in March, end of February, as chair of the parish council, I received a petition from the residents of Bursledon that had over 1,000 signatures on it, which we forwarded to the county council as part of the consultation. It appears that those 1,000 signatures have been totally ignored, and that is a great regret and very sad in my view. Lowford Library is run by a team of very willing and very enthusiastic volunteers. It's not run by county council staff. They are desperate to get back in and reopen the library following the lockdown. And only last night at the parish council meeting, we made moves to reopen in the early part of August. That's our target, and we're moving towards that. We're not quite there yet, but certainly that's what we're hoping to do, because we're desperate to get the library back in circulation for the summer holidays, because it's not just about being a community library. In other words, providing opportunities for people to read books. It does so much more than that, as do all the other libraries, with community events and reading events and so on, particularly during the school holidays. The children love them, and we need them. Absolutely need them. Closing libraries, and this is particularly to Lowford, or defunding the Lowford Library, is not conducive to achieving environmental improvements in line with climate emergency. It's been said, and I totally agree with that. We don't want to be travelling 15-mile round trip to go to a library. It isn't going to happen, and a lot of people will miss out if they haven't got that opportunity. Bursledon has got a growing population. We've seen a lot of new housing in Bursledon and our surrounding area, and that includes a deprived area. Councillor Campbell mentioned it earlier, and we have to do everything we can to make sure that there is opportunity for all, and not just those that can afford the equipment that we have in order to conduct our business. A lot of people haven't got access to a lot of the modern technology, and we must not move towards a society where people are actively unable to take part in the community as individuals. So I will be supporting this motion, and as I said, thank you very much for bringing it to us.
Councillor Jared, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot's been said about the necessity of books and everything. I just wanted to talk about the community aspect of the libraries. Libraries are not just about books. They provide various groups, knit and natter groups, social groups for vulnerable people to get out and socialise. From my own personal point of view, as a new parent some years ago, following the closure of a number of Sure Start centres, and the parenting groups associated with those Sure Start centres, the libraries provided a much needed gap for many young families, including my own. I live quite a distance away from my own family, and the weekly storytime sessions at Hedge End Library provided a much needed opportunity to meet other young families and parents and build up my own support network in the local area. Even now, up until recently, my children, although they are a little bit older now, were enjoying the Lego building group on a Saturday morning, meeting with their friends, allowing me to meet with my other parenting friends while we browse the fiction section of the library. It would be sad to see more of these closures. They do provide a lifeline to many families, and I will be in full support of this motion tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Pragnant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've listened to the debate thus far, and it's been quite interesting. I'm sympathetic to the issues raised by COVID for County Council, but the issue is really that Hampshire County Council has had the same or similar fiscal strategy now for many years. It's never worked once. I can't remember a year when cuts weren't made to services or council tax wasn't cranked up. And it comes as no surprise now that the Hampshire County Council has got this financial shortfall again. And I fear that the lack of meaningful dialogue that has existed thus far is likely to continue. And I guess really the warning I would give to everyone is watch this space. Any library we might save now will be under threat again next year or the year after. The sad reality is all the nice to haves have already been cut by the county, and they're now down to having to cut essentials. So I suppose that means that they're grading the essential services that they provide to see which of the ones they can get away with cutting now. The financial strategy of Hampshire County Council is appalling. How many other county councils would have £800 million sat in the bank? It's criminal. Cut the libraries for £23,000, but you've got all the money there, really. The mismanagement of the Hampshire County Council finances, in my opinion, is a disgrace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Marsh, please.
I do not believe that Fair Oak and Horton Heath Library should be closed. Our library matters. It is so much more than just a place where people can get some books. Our library hosts activities from knitter natter sessions for mainly older people to baby rhyme time sessions, introducing children to language and visual stimulation. I attended the consultation session in this library and spoke to so many of our residents who told us that this is an essential service for them for all generations, and their voice should be heard. This library should be expanded and have a cafe so that it can generate an income, while also remaining a core part of our community. I feel really frustrated that on the Government UK website, there's a corporate report called Libraries Deliver, the ambition for public libraries in England 2016 to 2021. A task force was established to determine the life and future of libraries in this country, and they determined the following. Libraries change lives for the better. They not only provide access to books and other literature, but also help people to help themselves and to improve their opportunities. They bring people together and provide practical support and guidance. Why is Hampshire County Council determined to close our local libraries? This is an expanding community, and therefore this library should be kept open to serve our community. The library delivers a service for children and young people, active learners, active citizens and all citizens, including vulnerable people and disadvantaged, as well as older people in our community. The closure of Fair Oak and Horton Heath Library would potentially result in social isolation of older people, or further social isolation of older people in our community, and we need to ensure that that doesn't happen. Libraries are vital community hubs, bringing people together and giving them access to services and support that they need to help them to live better lives. Libraries have always been an integral part of our community, and they serve an essential part of our community hubs. As evidenced through the task force case studies, library services contribute to 7 outcomes that are critical to individuals and to communities in our area. Libraries provide cultural and creative enrichment, increased reading and literacy, improved digital access and literacy, and helping everyone achieve their full potential, living healthier, happier lives. They result in greater prosperity, stronger and more resilient communities. Coronavirus has forced the closure of schools, and thousands of children in our region have missed education in this time. We have heard how gaps have widened for the disadvantaged children who have not accessed learning in this time. These libraries are potentially a lifeline for those children, and the County Council needs to consider the additional damage that closing libraries would cause to our most disadvantaged families. Hampshire County Council and our MPs need to champion our libraries and their benefits. We need to secure the future of our library for the sake of our community. And it's for this reason that I believe in this motion. Our community matters. Please save our library. Thank you.
Councillor Parker Jones, please.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief because lots of points seem to be being reiterated, and I was just going to mention that I do support this motion. I would, however, like to remind members that during the coalition government, it was during the coalition government, which included that group, that libraries needed a radical rethink, and it was under the coalition that the Museum, Libraries and Archives Department was abolished in 2012 when it was amalgamated with the Arts Council. I absolutely support all that's being said, but it does seem to have a lot of alliteration, reiteration, and there does seem to be a lot of pre-prepared scripts and speeches for something that was an urgent emergency motion that was only received at 7:23 p.m. this evening. but that doesn't stop me supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Craig, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lou will be pleased to know that I'm going to jump around on my page because I've been scribbling notes as we're going along and scrubbing out what's already been said. I'm not surprised by these cuts. I am very disappointed, but I've seen it coming for a while. We at the borough here have spoken to and consulted with Hampshire County Council with regards to 2 libraries in my area, both at Lowford and at Hamble. Just before Lowford was up and ready to go, County pulled their funding for the computer system, etc. So we had to get volunteers in. And with Hamble, there was only a promise of books, nothing else. And even that was pulled before the library was up and ready to go. So like I say, I'm not surprised at this. Just on a couple of points, because like I say, I'm scrapping around here because people have said things. The libraries are used by our deprived residents as it is, and to get on buses to go to different libraries seems completely defeating the object. They go to the libraries because they can't afford to buy books. They then have to try and find bus fare, taxi fare, etc. to get them to a different library to provide those books for their children to get an education and better themselves. Seems totally wrong. Tina touched on the lifeline it is for our volunteer group, our vulnerable groups. What about the lifeline for those volunteers working in the libraries? You know, to go and work there and actually have that bit of social, helping each other, feeling worthy, that's going to be gone for them. We're being told that people aren't using libraries. We have good neighbours here in BHH who actually collect books from the library and take them to the most vulnerable, those that are housebound. What's going to happen to those patients? I say patients because they then get dementia. They've got nothing to read, they've got nothing to keep them going. They end up with dementia, which is okay with the county because then that becomes a problem for the NHS. Like I said, I'm not surprised by this. The other thing, reading challenge. My children are much older now, but they always did the reading challenges during the summer holidays, which they thoroughly enjoyed, as did most of their friends. And this was continued up until last year. I know that 2 of the libraries here continued that when the funding was cut for those reading challenges. Again, it's the things that the children do that keep the parents going. You know, it just seems absolute dire. But I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Corbyn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much indeed. I won't, Councillor Parker-Jones, we're pleased to hear, going to reiterate all the points that were made earlier, but this is absolutely crucial. We send a message. It will be the thin end of the wedge. If your library has been lucky enough to have escaped this time, if it only, in inverted commas, has a 19% cut in hours, next year it will be worse. This will be the continuation of the demise of the Hampshire Library Service, and that would be a real shame for all of the arguments that we've heard this evening that are in favour of retaining this vital community project. I think it's really important that we send a message to Hampshire tonight with a unanimous passing of this motion. I will certainly be supporting it, and I hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you.
Councillor Grawersky, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this for the simple reason that the decision hasn't been taken yet by Councillor Woodward at his decision day. And even before that, the paper has to go to scrutiny at the County Council Select Committee. So anything could happen between now and when he has to take his decision. However, before I say a few words, I would just like to correct people who've spoken earlier on a couple of points. Councillor Pragnell said he can't remember the last time the County Council didn't put up council tax. Well, he seems to have forgotten the years during the last decade when the County Council, in response to government request, froze council tax for several years in a row. and no mandatory services are going to be cut. And this consultation, if I can say to Councillor Craig, is not about stopping the reading challenge either. So I know it's all emotive stuff, but you know, I don't think that that is what's going to happen. So, as I say, I want to be brief because the decision hasn't been taken yet, but you know, a lot of points have been made. The council made its representations at the time of the consultation. I seem to remember when the response went to Cabinet before it was submitted. And Councillor Curl made some good suggestions about the things that we should be doing in libraries other than borrowing books and so forth, and he's quite right, and those things are happening, and we're hoping that more of that will happen too. I note that nobody actually mentioned the popular home delivery service, which has been particularly useful during the COVID pandemic. I'll be doing everything I can to ensure, and I'm responding now to the Chandler's Ford Council, I can't remember which one it was, who mentioned me and Chandler's Ford Library. I'll be doing everything I can to ensure that Chandler's Ford residents continue to receive an excellent library service. It's yes, it's the best used library in Eastleigh. I think it's the second best used service in the whole county. And on the wider point of the benefits of the library service, we've got to adapt to changing demands. For example, again, this hasn't been mentioned this evening, millions fewer books were borrowed last year compared with 10 years ago. The use of the digital services is rising almost exponentially. And if members actually go and look at the results of the consultation and the figures for usage, some libraries in the county are hardly used at all. But you know, if these changes do go ahead, and I say if, we will still have an excellent library service in Hampshire, with more libraries than just about anywhere else in the country. And you know, I think we ought to recognise that. One would think from hearing people tonight that people were not going to have a library service at all. We are still going to have one of the best library services in the land. As I said earlier, because the decision hasn't been taken yet and who knows what is going to happen, I will actually be abstaining on the vote this evening.
Councillor Atkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too wasn't going to speak on this subject, but have listened with great interest to the debate. And there's absolutely no doubt at all in my mind that libraries provide a tremendous service to the community, whether it's personal or whether it's to the wider community. I mean, that's not just lending books, it's all the IT and the community value that they offer. And I'm very, very supportive of libraries in the community. It's absolutely essential we have them. Now, one of the things that I just wanted to add that I have and can inform this meeting that our local MP, Paul Holmes, has already written to the leader in stating that he is opposing the cuts to libraries, and he has written to Hampshire County Council. So I'm sure he will continue to do what he can to ensure libraries are well maintained and open across our borough. From my own point of view, I would just like to say that it's been really interesting thinking about going to the library as I did as a child, as I'm sure many have. I used to go to the library when the library was at the point, so that might tell one or two people how many years ago it was that I actually went to the library. Huge value to everybody, particularly children, and we must do everything that we can to ensure that they stay open and are widely available to all within our community. And so, despite the fact that I think that there are some errors within the motion, because decisions have not yet been made, I do totally support the thrust of this motion and will probably be supporting, although I am at the moment still debating that and will wait to the end of the debate before making up my mind. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, I think that's everybody covered. Can I ask Councillor Cole?
Councillor Bicknell wants to speak.
Councillor House.
Oh, Councillor House.
I think Councillor Bicknell was in front of me, but no matter, Mr. Mayor. I've been quite disappointed by the last two contributions in this debate from Councillor Gruevski and Councillor Atkinson. There was an opportunity here for all of us to come together to back our library services. Councillor Gruevski is in a particularly useful position at the moment in that she's a member of the County Council Cabinet and is better placed than most people to influence the County Council to allow a full debate on this issue and for it to be properly considered by all councillors, given the sheer weight of response to the consultation, which clearly didn't back these changes. I think it's unfortunate that Councillor Gruevski chooses, therefore, not to ask the County Council to allow democracy to work in the way that it has. I'm pleased that Eastleigh's MP has written to the County Council on this. I believe he's in the pub at the Cricketers at Eastleigh at the moment, and following our debate from there. Again, I hope there's an opportunity for Steve Bryan to also ask the County Council to have a rethink. I refer to the reference to the council tax freeze a few years ago. Well, that only happened whilst the Liberal Democrats were part of government. As soon as the Liberal Democrats were out of government, the council tax freeze ended. So there's a clear record of activity there, which backs the points that we're making. Mr. Mayor, I do hope that all members can find it in themselves to support this motion this evening and send a united voice to the County Council to have a rethink. We've heard some really powerful and useful contributions from a range of members this evening, many of whom don't normally speak in council debates, and that shows just how important this is to our community across the borough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, microphone. Councillor Bicknell, did you want to speak or you change your mind not to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did put up speak and then I said forget it. I changed my mind, so right. Yeah, there's no problem there. Right. But thank you for asking.
Can I ask Councillor Coldry to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everybody who has so eloquently put the case for libraries tonight. It's the resolution really is an essential way of going forward. We have a deeply flawed response to the consultation. We need to have a pause. We need it debated openly, and I welcome the support from one of our MPs for this cut, for this debate, and for trying to keep the library. It's very important that we get the other MPs to support it as well, and indeed send a message to government. So I urge everyone to vote for this motion. That's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Councillor Groves, can you confirm that you want a recorded vote?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like a recorded vote, please.
We need three councillors to.
Happy to support it.
Councillor Pragnell.
I support that. Councillor Irish.
Support that, Councillor House.
Support that, Councillor Curl.
Thank you.
Craig.
That's plenty, Councillor. So we now move to a recorded vote. Laura Johnson will read out the names.
All right, now.
He's muted him. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Airy.
4.
Councillor Allingham.
4.
Councillor Asman.
4.
Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor Bearder.
4.
Councillor Bicknell.
Most definitely 4.
Councillor Bourne.
4.
Councillor Broadhurst.
4.
Councillor Campbell.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Corbyn.
4.
Councillor Caldry.
4.
Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Dean has left the meeting. Councillor Doogie.
4.
Councillor Dogood.
4.
Councillor Garton.
Absolutely 4.
Councillor Goma.
4.
Councillor Gruevski,
Abstain.
Councillor Groves,
4.
Councillor Holes,
4.
Councillor House,
4.
Councillor Irish,
4.
Councillor Jerd,
4.
Councillor Curl,
4.
yourself, Mr Mayor,
4.
Councillor Manning,
4.
Councillor Marsh,
4.
Councillor Parker-Jones,
4.
Councillor Pragnall,
4.
Councillor Pretty,
4.
Councillor Rich,
4.
Councillor Rushton,
4.
Councillor Tennant,
4.
Councillor Tidridge,
4.
Councillor Trace,
4.
Councillor Tyson Payne.
4.
That is very clearly carried, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Now we move back to the leaders' report. Councillor Parker-Jones wanted to speak.
Questions on questions. This question.
On questions.
Yes, I just had one question really. Well, yeah, I suppose it's two parts to the same question. And it was regarding a statement he made that he said that it was Councillor Winstanley of Bishopstoke Parish Council who had asked the question, and I wanted him to clarify whether she had asked that on behalf of Bishopstoke Parish Council, because I was not under that impression. And secondly, could he confirm that Councillor Winstanley, while she was a member of this council, actually voted in favour of the proposals to have options B and C, which would have been the strategic growth area that would have seen development across the countryside of both Bishopstoke and Fair Oak? Thank you very much.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Councillor Parker-Jones, for the question. Councillor Winstanley spoke on her own behalf, although I would hope that Bishopstoke Parish Council would have supported the position that she outlined. If that's not the case, perhaps you'll tell us a bit later on. We are where we are with the local plan. We have a shortened local plan, which will make it more challenging to deliver infrastructure, but we have been very clear as a council. And I welcomed Councillor Winstanley's intervention asking me the question at the Cabinet meeting that we will not support any proposals for development on greenfield sites in the former strategic growth option area because it no longer exists.
Are there any further questions to the leader?
Sorry, he didn't answer my question about whether she had actually voted in favour of the strategic growth option.
I gave the answer I wanted to give, Mr Mayor.
Are there any further questions?
That's no, Mr. Mac. We move to the next item.
Right. We move to the next item. Next on the agenda, councillors are asked to note the resignation of Councillor Reynolds. As stated in the agenda, this resignation does not require any changes to proportionality.
Next item.
Next item.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Bicknell and I both put our hands up to speak.
Oh.
Paul was first.
Councillor Bicknell.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm Councillor Paul Bicknell from Eastleigh South. Yes, I just wanted to say...
Councillor Bicknell, could you put your camera on?
Oh, beg your pardon. There we go, is that better? Right, yeah, sorry about that. Yes, I just wanted to say a few words about the very sad resignation of Councillor Rosemary Reynolds, who was elected in 2018 and served in Eastleigh North Ward. Rosemary, I worked with Rosemary for 2 years as chair of the Eastleigh Local Area Committee. Rosemary was a very knowledgeable councillor for such a short time, because she brought to the table something that was quite unique in ELAC, with her knowledge in research and academia and such like, and her life skills as well. Those skills have been lost to the Eastleigh Local Area Committee, along with her personality as well. Rosemary was a very polite person, very gracious person, liked by a great many residents, highly respected by staff, and she was also keen to help anybody as well. There's a number of councillors all around the borough where she would help out in campaigning. So Rosemary was very much, you know, the complete package. And yes, a very sad loss. And I know that since she's resigned, she's had many messages of goodwill and sadness she's lost from councillors and also from a great number of members of the public of Eastleigh North. And I think that's testament to even, you know, a councillor who's been in post for a relatively short time to get those number of messages from members of the public sort of demonstrates how well Rosemary resonated with the residents of Eastleigh North. So yes, it's very, very sad. I'm not going to say too much more because I'm sure that her ward colleagues, Councillor Dan Clark and Councillor Tyson Payne, would actually like to say something about Rosemary. And I don't want to steal their thunder, but as I say, from the position of chair of Eastleigh Local Area Committee, you know, a great loss to the committee and be very sadly missed. And good, if you are listening, Rosemary, good luck with your academic writing and your research. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor House, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't quite realise Paul Bicknell was going to give that much detail. I didn't get a chance to know Rosemary that well, but I do. In the time that I did, I knew that she was a very dedicated ward councillor. She contributed to internal discussions within the team, and they were always well thought through, which is always helpful. I've seen her popping up on Facebook and Twitter since her resignation from the council. I know she wanted to continue with her academic life. She will be missed by the team here. And I hope that applies cross parties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And there's nobody else to just. So now it's next item.
All right, now we move on to the next item. Recommendations and call-ins. I see there's none. The next item, number 9. Item 9 deals with the appointment of chair and vice chair for the Eastleigh Local Area Committee. The details are set out in your agenda pack. May I have a mover, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to propose this. And if I may take a few minutes, just have a few words before somebody comes in seconds. I'm actually very pleased to propose Councillor Tina Campbell as the new chair of the Eastleigh Local Area Committee and Councillor Alex Bourne as the vice chair. I decided quite some time ago, obviously those people that I told at the time knew that I wanted to retire as chair of Eastleigh Local Area Committee. I've actually spent more time in the chair than I have actually in the back benches. So I'm actually quite looking forward to sitting in the back benches of ELAC and watching another chair and vice chair do the work, for a better word. I just also like to take this opportunity while I can, because sadly we never had the last ELAC meeting, to actually thank the staff that have supported ELAC and me in that time. Laura more recently trying to arrange meetings, but especially and noted all the help and assistance that I've had from Guy Riddick, the local area manager, over a number of years. It's been a very enjoyable time. The Eastleigh Local Area Committee have delivered an awful lot of good things in that time, too long to actually list here. You'll be pleased to know some of them are big, some of them are small, and that. So you know, the whole ELAC team has done a great job over the number of years, and I have every confidence in the incoming chair, in Tina, in continuing to do a great job. Tina has been a very a very able vice chair to me in the last 2 years, and it's great that she's now stepping up to become chair. And actually, Tina and Alex are actually going to be in the position that Tina and I were 2 years ago, and that starting a new team, and that. So I wish them both luck. And as I say, I will enjoy very much sitting in the back benches and putting my feet up to a degree to be able to concentrate on some other things and spend a little bit more time with my long-suffering wife while somebody else does the half graph. So good luck to them, and say it's a great pleasure to propose this. Say for a number of reasons. So thank you very much. Happy to propose Tina as the chair and Alex as the vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can we have the motion seconded, please?
Yes, I would like to second that, and I look forward to our future working relationship.
Any debate, please? Right. Can we have a vote on it now, please? All those in favour, can you unmute?
For.
Any against?
For.
Any abstentions?
I shall abstain because it's not my local area committee. It would be inappropriate for me to vote on your chair and your vice chair, but good luck to everybody who takes it on.
All right, that's carried. The next item. We have 3 motions on the agenda this evening submitted by the independent group. Councillors, please note that the revised wording for these motions is contained in a supplementary agenda pack to aid all those watching and those councillors taking part. Before we start to consider them, I thought it would be useful to outline the process for the debating a motion. I will now hand over to the Chief Executive to outline the process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologise. It's just a disembodied voice, but technology doesn't allow us both to appear on the same screen. Yes, firstly, I apologise if councillors found the last motion amendments difficult to understand and were a bit confused as to what they were voting for. Throughout this, I hope these current motions and any amendments that might come forward, we will try and ensure that it's absolutely clear the motion that you'll be debating and voting on, and also any amendments and the implications of those. So just to remind you exactly what happens during a motion, the proposer will speak first and have up to 10 minutes to introduce that motion. The seconder can speak at that point for up to 5 minutes or reserve their right to speak later on in the debate. If there is any public participation, it will follow the seconding. The motion will then be debated, and the proposer at the end of that debate will be asked to sum up, and the seconder will have spoken if not already done so. Finally, there will be a vote on the motion as we've done in the past. I hope that's clear. I do understand that there will be a slight change in the agenda. I understand Councillor Dean has been taken unwell and has left the meeting. So I understand, I think it's Councillor Tidridge who will propose the motion on his behalf. We wish Councillor Dean a speedy recovery, and I say hope he's not too ill. So, Mr. Mayor, that is the order of the process for a motion.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Tidridge, will you now introduce your motion? You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Councillor Tidridge, and I represent Bishopstoke Ward. So our proposal is relating to the South Hampshire Greenbelt proposal, which the Campaign to Protect Rural England has presented, and presented to the Partnership for South Hampshire this month. In the light of the declaration by Eastleigh Borough Council of a climate change and environmental emergency, I move that Council adds the South Hampshire Greenbelt project to the Climate Change and Environmental Emergency Action Plan and works with relevant external stakeholders to promote and support the development of the Greenbelt. I was really pleased to hear that the Partnership for South Hampshire welcomed CPRE Hampshire's proposal for a South Hampshire Greenbelt at its recent meeting. I would like this council to move to publicly expressing support for this project and integrating it into future plans. The new Greenbelt will prevent urban sprawl north of the built-up areas of South Hampshire and be central to sustainable development. The Greenbelt will retain and enhance one of our area's key assets, its high-quality natural environment and landscape. Greenbelts are not easy to establish, but to quote Dee Haas from CPRE, they are the only effective legislation currently available to prevent urban sprawl. The Greenbelt will provide vital access to the countryside for people living in the larger towns and cities of Eastleigh, Fareham, Portsmouth, Romsey, Southampton and Winchester, and restrict the further sprawl and merging of these urban areas. It will connect, enhance, protect the South Downs National Park, a New Forest National Park. The countryside includes the woodland remnants of the ancient Forest of Beer and much of the River Rich and Special Area of Conservation. CPRE Hampshire commissioned the new Economics Forum to assess the project's potential benefits to health and well-being, the economy and the value of nature and ecosystems. The report published in June this year demonstrates that the countryside north of the urban centres of South Hampshire could generate almost £26 million a year in health, well-being, economic and ecosystem benefits if protected by a greenbelt. Breaking that down, I'm quoting from the report here. The health and well-being benefit for people living in and around this area of countryside could amount to up to £17 million per year. This value relates to the potential loss of well-being if the proposed greenbelt area was built on. The potential impact of building across the proposed greenbelt area may cost the NHS up to £690,000 in increased GP visits per year. The value of the ecosystem services provided by the proposed greenbelt for food, removal of air and carbon pollution, flood protection and biodiversity are estimated at £7.6 million a year. These are important aspects in tackling the climate change emergency. The potential economic benefit from tourism recreation in the proposed greenbelt area is estimated as much as £1.3 million a year. So if we apply net present value technique to looking ahead over the next 2 generations or the next 60 years, this could produce a benefit in excess of £500 million in health, well-being, economic and ecosystem benefits. Up to £452 million in health and well-being benefits for people living in and around the proposed greenbelt, £192 million from ecosystem services provided by the proposed greenbelt area, £35 million in economic benefits from tourism and recreation activity in the proposed greenbelt area. NEF Consulting's analysis is based on the large body of evidence from UK and international research studies on the physical and mental health benefits of green and open spaces, benefits which are being highlighted even more to all of us during the coronavirus pandemic. Speaking for my own reasons for wanting to support this, I really do feel that the Greenbelt could be an invaluable delivery mechanism for Eastleigh Borough Council's climate change and environmental action plan. It links to the corporate objectives for health and the economy. And I really do feel that we're so restricted with planning as to what we can do in many circumstances. A Greenbelt works with the NPPF to help to protect this area for future generations. Thank you.
Seconded.
Can we have seconded, please?
Yes, I will second the motion and I will reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Right, now we come to public participation. Laura Johnston, Democratic Services Manager, will now read the written statement on behalf of the Chair of CPRE, DHAS.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greenbelt, we believe, is currently the only effective way to prevent urban sprawl and coalescence in South Hampshire. We are also facing a climate emergency, and we know that the countryside plays a vital role in mitigating climate change. We strongly believe that the exceptional circumstances needed for the designation of a greenbelt exist here in South Hampshire. There is strong public feeling towards the green spaces on their doorsteps, and we have collected over 14,000 signatures on a petition. The coronavirus pandemic has emphasised that people depend on the countryside for their mental and physical well-being more than ever. To demonstrate that these areas of countryside actually have a financial value as well, in 2019, we commissioned NEF Consulting to write a report exploring the socio-economic and environmental value of the Greenbelt area. The report looks into 3 elements: health and well-being, the economy, including recreation, the value of nature and ecosystem services, for example, carbon sequestration. The main message is that the countryside has a quantifiable value in its own right. It is also a crucial part of our armoury against climate change. The combined value of undeveloped countryside is as much as £26 million per year. In a generation's time, the combined net present value could produce well in excess of £500 million. Having established the value of the countryside in the Greenbelt area, we have also looked into recent ONS housing number projections, which are projected to be lower. Our deputation today is to ask you to include the South Hampshire Greenbelt project in the Climate Change and Environmental Emergency Action Plan, lobby MHCLG to use the most up-to-date ONS projections, 2018 based, in their current review of the standard method. So, in conclusion, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to have a significant impact on the environment in South Hampshire. We know that the public are behind the idea that strategic gaps are not working, and we know that by not developing on greenfield land, we are saving millions and mitigating climate change. The people in this room have the power to make it happen. It won't be easy, but it will be a legacy for generations to come. Thank you. And that was on behalf of DHAS, Chair of CPRE Hampshire.
Thank you. I now invite Josh Constable, who will be joining us live, to switch his camera and microphone on. Josh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you able to hear me okay? Brilliant. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the staff at Eastleigh Borough Council for all their hard work that has led to enabling these online meetings to take place. I'd like to speak on this motion because I recognise the immense importance of green spaces to the people of Eastleigh. It was the Labour government in 1947 that introduced the Green Belt to stop the ever-growing urban sprawl, preventing ordinary working people from accessing our magnificent countryside. Sadly, this council has a record for development plans that have put such green spaces under threat. Protecting our environment has never been more important than since the stark warnings that came out of the Paris Agreement on the climate emergency we now face. The campaign by CPRE to push for greater protection for the Green Belt in South Hampshire offers a very good starting point for the greater protection and propagation of green spaces in Eastleigh. I do, however, recognise that the proposed area of search as laid out in the CPRE plan will require inspection in the future, but believe it remains a good starting point for discussion around the Hampshire Green Belt. Such a proposal also offers opportunity for consideration of reforesting and rewilding efforts in these green belt areas of our borough, so as to counter the effects of climate change on a local level. I would like to ask councillors if they would consider this also as part of the Climate Action Plan, both as part of adopting this motion and in the council's Climate Action Plan more widely. So we are not only protecting, but enhancing our green spaces for people and nature into the future. It is for these reasons that I would urge the council to adopt this motion as proposed by Councillor Tidridge. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Josh. Now we have a notice of amendment. I'll ask Chief.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to just explain how we deal with the amendment, just to make sure there is no confusion. Yes, the amendment is first moved, it is proposed, and then seconded. The seconder can reserve their right to speak. In normal situations, the proposer and the second will each have 5 minutes, but if the leader of the council proposes it, then standing orders do not limit the length of time he may present it. The amendment is then debated by councillors who can also speak for 5 minutes. And as no members have spoken on the original motion, all can speak on the amendment. The mover of the original motion, that is Councillor Tidridge, then has the right of reply and sums up. For the avoidance of doubt, the mover of the amendment has no right of reply on debating the amendment. And then there will be a vote only on the amendment, not on the motion, just purely and simply on the amendment. If it is lost, then the debate simply reverts back to the motion as originally tabled by Councillor Tidridge. If it is won, then there is an amended motion, and we'll try and put that on the screen in the form that can be debated, and that will then be debated by all councillors as the new motion during that time, and we will vote on a new motion. I hope that's clear. So this first part, following the proposal and second, is purely and simply on the amendment, on whether the councillors agree to amend the original motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. I ask Councillor House to move the amendment.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank the CPRE for making their statement available this evening, and indeed Councillor Tidridge for moving this motion. The CPRE will know, and most councillors will know, but perhaps Councillor Tidridge doesn't, that this council has a long-term commitment to a South Hampshire green belt. Indeed, I moved a motion to make this council policy back in 2005. We had a refresh of that discussion as part of the debate on a Solent combined authority several years ago. Now, at the time, unfortunately, the government indicated that whilst we might be able to push ahead with South Hampshire Greenbelt, that would only happen if we also went for an elected mayor for South Hampshire. As we know, that didn't happen, so the government moved on and we still have no Greenbelt. I'd like perhaps if Laura could put the amendment up on the screen, if it's not already, that would be helpful. So the motion that's in front of the council this evening doesn't tell the whole story, as it implies this would be new council for the policy, when this will be far from the fact. So I'd like to move this amendment, which is now, I understand, up on the screen, and if it's seconded, I'll speak quite briefly to the motion, because we're all, I hope, in broad agreement on the way forward.
Is this motion, is the amendment seconded?
Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Rupert Curl here. I'm very happy to second the amendment as tabled. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, in speaking briefly to the motion, it's absolutely right that we should retain the first sentence as printed. The Campaign to Protect Rural England has presented a proposal for a South Hampshire Greenbelt to the Partnership for South Hampshire this month. But then I think we should replace the remainder with some more detailed policy, because it already is council policy to support the Greenbelt, and therefore we don't need to simply state it as if it's new. We do need, however, to get some support for this project, because at the moment it's going nowhere fast. We know that most of the councils in South Hampshire are pretty enthusiastic. They'd like to make it happen. Not all the planners are terribly happy, because they don't always support Greenbelt proposals, because they believe that it suppresses the ability for cities to grow. And clearly there are parts of the country where Greenbelt is pretty scrubby urban land, which has been left in dereliction for years and probably could benefit from some development. However, that's not the case in South Hampshire. South Hampshire is polycentric. That's one of my favourite words, Mr. Mayor. It's a network of cities, towns and villages, and they've got green gaps between them. Those green gaps have been eroded over the years. Yes, of course, we know we need to still achieve housing growth to meet the needs of our community, but we also need a framework in which that growth can happen. Greenbelt gives us the ability to do that. We know from the discussion on our own local plan that our local plan inspector, a government official no less, wasn't desperately enthusiastic about local gaps. I found that one of the most threatening comments in the letter from the inspector that we received at the beginning of April, because local gaps have been the absolute bedrock of council policy over generations at this council, not just from this administration in the last 26 years, but actually the Conservative administration before that too. Local gaps matter. Greenbelt matters because it can create wildlife corridors. It can create that green line that Councillor Tidridge spoke about a few moments ago too. So we need to lobby government, and we need to lobby government hard on this area. And the first step towards lobbying government is to ask our MPs to actively vote for changes to planning legislation and guidance that will achieve a South Hampshire Greenbelt. Because the reality is we need Conservative MPs to actually back this stuff, not simply say, yes, yes, we support it, but then when they're told by planning ministers not to, they then back off. That's why it's important we make these additional comments this evening. We need to encourage South Hampshire councils to back up their words with active support. We need to ask government to support this without having to have a regional elected mayor as part of some somewhat odd proposal for sub-regional government. And we also need to get our MPs on board too. Whether it's part of climate action change is a moot point. Personally, I don't think it really fits terribly well there, because the critical issue, we have a long series of actions in our climate action plan that need to be taken ahead, and I don't think that should be cluttered up with planning policy debates. But the motion that's in front of this evening with this amendment gives us the ability to go forward with a coherent policy and an active way to take it forward. I move the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded. So ask Councillor Tidridge if she's willing to accept the amendment.
Can I ask Councillor Tidridge if you're willing to accept the amendment so we don't have to debate the amendment?
So I'm just waiting to go live. Thank you. I'm a little bit torn over this. I appreciate the support from Councillor House for the gist of the motion, and certainly appreciate his support for the South Hampshire Greenbelt. The only reason I'm feeling a little concerned is that I worry that by taking out an explicit addition of the Greenbelt to the climate and environmental emergency, it could get lost. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get it explicitly linked. It's easy for a council to say, yes, we support things, but making sure that somehow it's explicitly joined up to the climate change and environmental emergency action plan was a way of trying to make sure that it didn't get lost. I don't know if Councillor House is able to accept an amendment on the amendment, or is that getting a little bit too complicated? If somebody could help me with the procedure, that would be great.
No, we'd have to debate the amendment, then you'd have to have a further amendment on the revised motion. So no, you can't. You can't simply amend an amendment. You can only amend.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I accept the amendment.
You accept the amendment.
Right.
Okay, so that means we can debate the revised motion, but we have a question from Councillor Rajewski on a point of order. So we will deal with the point of order first.
Right. Before we go further, we got from Councillor West.
Well, yes. I'm speaking now before I had a chance to type and withdraw it, because I wanted to know whether or not the amendment did actually change the thrust of the original motion, which was about the climate change and environmental emergency. But of course, since then, Councillor Tidridge has accepted the amendment, so I will switch off now.
Right.
So we will now post the original motion, the revised motion on the board, so it's absolutely clear what members are voting for. Voting. Laura will post the revised motion on the screen.
Now Laura Johnston will put the revised motion on the screen. And that's what we are going to be debating on.
Okay, so Councillor Manning, do you still wish to speak?
Councillor Manning, you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much indeed. I wanted to speak very briefly in support of the motion. The use of a Greenbelt, a South Hampshire Greenbelt, I think will be extremely helpful for those of us who are very seriously concerned about environmental issues. I have a great deal of sympathy with the aspirations and the principles of the CPRE. I've been up to CPRE and attended some of their events and met their staff, and I know how passionate they are about the countryside and that they're doing everything they can to champion that cause. So I welcome the thrust of this motion, and I believe that the amendments that have been put forward provide a very solid foundation for making that something that can be practically implemented by the council in our work. So I just briefly wanted to speak on behalf in support of that motion. Thank you ever so much.
Councillor Gomer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I really welcome the spirit of this motion, and big thanks to the independent group for raising the issue. As Councillor House says, carefully planned greenbelts have a really valuable role to play in shaping our towns and cities, obviously at the periphery, but also through sort of densification of urban and local centres. And it is, of course, a really logical and worthwhile accompaniment to the Green Gap policy that we've championed for many years. I like the clarity of the amendment. I think that's important. The clear statement that the council already supports the creation of the proposed Greenbelt does move it forward. And I really appreciate those links between the proposal and the climate action plan. Of course, through the Policy and Performance Scrutiny Panel, which I have the pleasure of chairing, I think what we've seen and of course been pushing for is a very agile governance framework around that action plan. And so I do hope as more specific actions we can take in support of this policy are identified, they can be slotted in to keep it current. And I thank Councillor Tidridge and the other independents for raising that up and making that something for us to consider. So I'm completely in favour of this motion as amended. Thank you.
Councillor Bicknell, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, first of all, what I wanted to do before I just say a few words on this is I wanted to thank Councillor Tidridge and Councillor Parker-Jones for bringing this motion forward, and also for, more importantly, for agreeing to the amendment. Yeah, for agreeing to the amendment. I'd like to give her assurance that, you know, this isn't going to get lost and forgotten at the end of the day, because I think as other people speak, we're all going to be in favour of it. You know, I can't see any reason why this would not be a unanimous decision across the council. At the end of the day, it ticks all the boxes. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. I'm sure that it'll be, even though it doesn't necessarily state it in the amendment, the climate change side of things will still be picked up, and that. So that's what I wanted to say, and I wanted to thank Councillor Tidridge for the motion and the amendment, and hopefully he's still here and listening. I also wanted to thank Josh Constable for joining in and for his words, and just as a matter of point, refer Mr. Constable to the cabinet meeting, which I think was only yesterday, but it seems like a week ago already, with reference to the tree nursery, and everything around that, because I think that will actually cover some of the points that he mentioned about greening these areas and returning them back to nature. That was one of the whole things around the tree nursery and such like. So yeah, that's all I want to say on the subject. I'll definitely be supporting this. I'm a firm believer in this. And I say, hopefully, our MP will get behind it as well. But as he's supporting local businesses at the Cricketers, it might be a case of having to sort of tweet him to let him know that we're discussing this, and see if he'll back this as well and support us and work with us on it, like he is going to Fair Oak Library. But sadly, he still hasn't actually agreed to a meeting to talk about future housing in the borough, despite wanting to work with us on everything else. So yeah, so thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Rupert Curl here. Obviously, as you are aware, I seconded the amendment to the original motion. I just wanted to not only thank our speaker, but also thank Councillor Tidridge for bringing this before us this evening. And she's absolutely right. I certainly agree with all the sentiment that she has added in her speech around this. CPRE, and quite rightly, has already been pointed out by one of our councillors, are incredibly passionate about this, and I am too. I would hope that she would agree that that was the case, given that we've had conversations about lots of issues regarding the environment and our countryside and open spaces. But it is true what Councillor House has said, that at the end of the day we do have a very strong policy direction on this, which we have maintained over a significant period of time, and I would hope that we would continue to do so. Clearly there does need to be growth, but clearly there also needs to be a very strong line taken with regards to protecting countryside and open spaces, not only for our wildlife and the environment, which is incredibly important for all of the reasons that we understand about health, well-being, mental health, about our wildlife, ecology, and that balance has to be struck. And that really does need clear policy direction, I'm afraid, from government. I think there is, as Councillor House alluded to, I think there is a strong feeling amongst local authorities around Hampshire that actually this does need to have special designation and to be looked at in more detail, to make sure that we can have assurance into the future that green lungs and open spaces of countryside can be protected into the future, whilst also managing needed growth within those areas as well. So I think it is a balance that needs to be struck, and that's why I do think it's important with this amendment that our MPs do actually take that challenge to government and genuinely do something about it. It's all very well having words, and I do find it very disturbing, frankly, that the environment and this issue of the, protecting countryside and countryside gaps is somehow married with the fact that you can have one as long as you have what is on the government's agenda with regards to regional mayors. I think it's a real shame that that sort of thing has to happen, and that's clearly, I think, very sad from government that they feel that they have to use the environment and our countryside as a lever to get something that they want on their agenda. So I don't support that approach at all. I just hope that government are listening and that our MPs are able to take that and champion that cause, that actually we do deserve to have our countryside and open spaces protected for our wildlife, the ecology, for generations to come to enjoy, and as I say, to protect it for the future. As I say, it certainly is something that we should all be trying to champion. So, as I say, I want to assure Councillor Tidridge that we certainly won't be forgetting the sentiment that she's put this evening. It won't get lost. Clearly, you know that I'm very passionate about our climate and environment emergency, and obviously our action log, and to assure our speaker this evening, as has already been mentioned, about the tree nursery, but there are also a lot of other work, that very good work, that we will be bringing forward to help with our biodiversity and to enhance and rewilding certain areas within our borough to maintain that balance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Beard, please.
I think it's great that we're spending some time this evening to reiterate our policy of demanding a green belt in South Hampshire, because we need policy to safeguard the countryside from encroachment and checking unrestricted urban sprawl of large built up areas. It's absolutely vital. But I would urge us to go further, and we need to lobby our MPs to make this happen. But elsewhere where I've worked in the country, there are loopholes in this policy the size of the Sahara, and people are just flouting this regulation. It's not really worth the paper it's written on. So if we developed a new green belt here in South Hampshire, we could bring in the environmental groups, assess what is really valuable in terms of biodiversity and ecology, and really protect that, and then we'd have that policy to inform planning decisions going forward. But we need to also ensure that this can't be ridden roughshod over, as it is elsewhere in the country, when really the developers and their large wallets can put the environment as a secondary consideration. So I'm glad we're reiterating what we've always long wanted, which is a South Oxfordshire green belt, and let's make it a copper bottomed policy. Thank you.
Councillor Parker Jones, please.
I'd like to thank everybody for the debate, and it's been really good to hear everybody pushing. We're pushing against an open door by the sound of it, despite us being in South Hampshire and not South Oxfordshire. Yeah, I absolutely want to get behind this. I will be personally looking to ensure that the actual South Hampshire belt, which is being proposed, which does run up alongside the South Downs, does become a thread in our work. It's all very well to have policy written down, but if there's no action against it, it just stays there being words. So I look forward to working with the council to get this taken forward and becoming a reality. I think, you know, darker skies, rewilding, it's all so important to the health and well-being of all our communities. So thank you very much.
Councillor Graweski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I begin by thanking Dee House and Mr. Constable for their deputations earlier. In December 2018, PUSH, as it was then, considered revisiting the matter of a Greenbelt designation as part of the duty to cooperate. And at that meeting, I proposed an amendment to the recommendation, and it said that the Joint Committee agrees that the rationale and justification for an appropriate Greenbelt designation be included as a core part of any joint work taken forward under the Duty to Cooperate initiative. And I'm pleased to say that my amendment was seconded by Councillor House, and the meeting resolved that that the rationale and justification for an appropriate Greenbelt designation was included as a core part of any of the joint work taken forward under the Duty to Cooperate initiative. And in October 2019, the Partnership for South Hampshire Joint Committee approved the draft framework for the Statement of Common Ground and agreed the additional work stream, green infrastructure needs and consideration of mechanisms on how to achieve Greenbelt designation. So this work is already underway with a collaborative approach. I think it is unlikely that any Greenbelt proposal will fall entirely within one discrete local authority boundary, but I will be supporting this motion in the hope that it adds grist to the mill in securing a Greenbelt for South Hampshire, where currently the only designated Greenbelt is in the county is around the Lymington area, and I hope we get the support from government and our members of Parliament because that would be most welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to say very much on this subject, merely to say that I totally support this proposal. As you know, I've been very keen on the climate change and environmental emergency motions and actions, and so I'm equally keen to see the Greenbelt proposals go forward, and hopefully they are achieved. I would also like to comment that because it would appear that Councillors House and Bicknell seem to have a direct line to our Member of Parliament, I would just like to make the point that I can assure you he is not at the Cricketers. I have a better line of communication and he is definitely not there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think that's everybody.
Is that everybody? Can I ask Councillor Tidridge? Councillor Tidridge, can you sum up, please?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the control to come up on the screen.
You won't like putting the amended motion up.
Okay, just really to sum up where we've got to, this isn't the motion that I proposed. I was happy with a few reservations to accept the amendments as made by Councillor House. It's been very heartening, to be honest, to hear the support for the concept of a South Hampshire Greenbelt. I'm only here as a councillor, arguably, because I opposed Eastleigh's local plan, in particular the SGO to build 5,000 houses north of Bishopstoke and Fair Oak. But I have to say that there is a temptation by every authority to build on its edge. We're seeing Wellbourne from Fareham, we're seeing east of Waterlooville from Winchester. It's certainly not something which is exclusive to Eastleigh. This results in urban sprawl, and it results in a degradation of countryside, which I believe is having a damaging impact on the South Downs National Park. And I think it's really important to try and make sure we get that link in place between the New Forest National Park and the South Downs National Park. Going back to one of the comments made about local gaps absolutely do matter. I was actually at the hearing when the inspector was discussing the issue of local gaps within Eastleigh's local plan, and the criticism wasn't that local gaps didn't matter, it was that Eastleigh had been inconsistent in its application of those local gaps within its local plan. It was more about how it had been done as opposed to opposing the principle, and absolutely local gaps do matter. I'd also like to point out that Greenbelt can actually be established by a local plan, but obviously you need lots of authorities working together to actually get the Greenbelt in this instance to happen effectively. So therefore, I'd really like to see the campaign to protect rural England's proposal to establish a South Hampshire Greenbelt to go forwards and become effective. But thank you very much indeed for all the support you've given to this motion this evening. It's been very much appreciated.
Right, we go to vote now. Right, it's time to vote now. All those in favour. Can you unmute your signal, please?
Agreed.
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 All those against? Abstentions? All right, that's carried. Right, next motion is, as Councillor Dean is unwell, I think as Councillor Tigger is going to introduce it.
Yes.
Yep, go on.
Thank you. I'm not up on the screen. Oh yes, I am up on the screen. I'm Councillor Tidridge, proposing this mention on which was originally going to be proposed by Councillor Dean. I apologise to members for having to listen to me for a little bit longer, but I will be quite brief. This motion is to look at the declaration of VC Borough Council for a climate change and environmental emergency, and in addition to, in order to achieve the council's air quality objectives to meet its healthy borough objective, I move that council adds the development of a new railway station at Addington Lane to its climate change and environmental emergency action plan, and works with the relevant external stakeholders to promote and support the development of the station. There's been an awful lot of discussion over the last few weeks following the changes to Eastleigh's local plan about the Chicken Hall Lane link road. And it seems to be that seems to be the only solution which is being talked about now with regards to alleviating the congestion, which is likely to increase in our area following the building of the One Horton Heath development. I've been really pleased to see the council supporting a new cycle route to go from One Horton Heath to Eastleigh Town Centre. That'd be absolutely fantastic. It's really, really needed. But what I'd also like us to be doing is to explore other non-car methods of transport in order to try and get congestion alleviated from this development. And so therefore a new railway station would be incredibly useful to local residents of not only of this development but also the surrounding area, and could also do a great deal to alleviate congestion within Eastleigh Town Centre. The idea is that by having an additional station, it would achieve a number of things. Firstly, as I've said, it could replace some of the journeys due to take place by car and enable a more climate-friendly approach to people travelling not only to Eastleigh Town Centre but also commuting to Portsmouth, commuting to Southampton, commuting to London. It really would help to achieve that. We've seen the massive success of Hedge End Station, which I believe wasn't exactly unanimously supported by everybody when it was originally suggested, but has certainly been a great success in terms of helping the residents of Hedge End to travel without using their cars. And I see this in the same light. The other thing as well, of course, that this could help to address would be that incredibly dangerous bridge that goes over the railway line on Addington Lane. It's a death trap. We've seen so many accidents there over the years, some really tragic accidents there over the years, and I'd really like to see that bridge addressed as part of One Horton Heath. If that can be combined with a brand new station, enabling people to travel without resorting to using their private cars, that would be fantastic. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder, please?
Yes, I will second this motion. It's Councillor Parker-Jones, and I will reserve my right to reply later. Thank you.
Right.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Public participation. Josh Constable, who will be joining us live to switch his camera and microphone on. Josh, you have 3 minutes again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion represents something that I personally and also Eastleigh Labour Party have been campaigning on locally for many years, the greater provision of good quality public transport in our borough. It is a major oversight by the council to have not been pushing for more train stations to greater connect our borough's towns and villages together as part of its development plans, though buses and cycle lanes should of course inform part of the infrastructure development of our borough. I note with concern that in the leader's statement, Councillor House spoke only of more roads to support the proposed development in Horton Heath. It's a stark indictment of the policy approach of the Liberal Democrat Party that he sees this as inadequate to support such a large development. More roads means more traffic and more pollution. This council must realise that the only way to reduce dependency on cars is to offer alternatives to residents. That means public transport. The establishment of a new train station at Allington Lane would not only decrease the already startling levels of traffic on our roads, but could provide huge benefits to struggling businesses in the borough, as affordable transport will make travelling to commercial centres across the borough a more attractive prospect for residents. Increasing borough connectivity without reliance on cars must be a priority for the council moving forward. Eastleigh is a railway town. It's fitting that in response to the climate emergency that we return to our roots in solving the threats that climate change poses. This motion, if passed, offers a brilliant opportunity for a potential cross-party consensus position in the borough towards building a more connected, greener Eastleigh, shifting infrastructure development towards public transport, not simply more cars. Passing this motion tonight would enable the council to start acting with the relevant stakeholders to deliver such vital investment and development in infrastructure as soon as possible. It is for these reasons that I would like to urge the council to adopt the motion as presented by Councillor Tidridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Josh.
Noticing amendment from Councillor Airy.
All right, we've got a notice of amendment from Councillor Airy. Councillor Airy, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I give notice of an amendment to the motion. I have passed that amendment, so it should have been circulated, I believe. I'm David Airy, Cabinet Member for Transport and represent Netley and Hamble. I'm also a very big train and bus user across the borough and wider areas. So I can also assure the previous speaker that Horton Heath will be very well served by bus as public transport when that exciting development gets underway. Most of you, I think, this evening will probably be expecting me to jump up and down with joy about having this motion in front of us, but I'm sorry, I won't be able to do so. The motion in front of us is, in fact, seemingly just about railways and the provision of a station, but there's a hidden agenda behind that, in my view, and that's not visible in the wording that's there. The real message in this motion is about where to put additional major housing development, and it raises the prospect of a past and rejected, and I repeat rejected, Allington housing proposals. But I'm going to concentrate my comments on the railway side of it, because achieving a station at this particular location is not in fact achievable at all. I'll talk first of all for why. I'll explain why. First of all, in terms of cost. There's a new station just been opened in County Durham at Horton. It was opened on the 29th of June this year and replaced the station that was closed in 1964. This station, which only hit, will be very similar to what would be necessary at Allington if it was allowed. It cost £10.55 million for two short platforms that accommodate just 4 coaches on each, and the station would be is unstaffed, and no track work was required. I refer now to the capacity on the Fareham to Eastleigh line, which has significant track capacity limitations. There's the single track junction at Eastleigh, single track between Buckley and Fareham, limited platform accommodation and capacity at Eastleigh, and also at Portsmouth and Southsea and Portsmouth Harbour, where trains would terminate. The line, if to improve its capacity, would need those single line sections returned to double track. It would also need upgrading of signalling at the same time. None of this work is on the horizon. Any change in the timetabling would require, with an extra stop at Allington, we must also remember there's the proposal for a station to serve Wellbourne. Those additional stops could add us around 10 minutes extra travel time to the journey between Fareham, Eastleigh, Waterloo, and cause major pathing difficulties and problems at congested junctions like Eastleigh, like Basingstoke, like especially Woking, and never mind finding the way for the train to weave its way through Clapham Junction onto London Waterloo and find a platform accommodation there. Network Rail at the present time have got no plans to upgrade the Fareham Eastleigh line other than the Wellbourne station that is planned, and even looking into the crystal ball for long term, there's nothing there that in the future that shows the line is going to be upgraded to the requirement to provide a station at Allington. At present, there is no support from the County Council, the Local Enterprise Partnership or South East Transport for such a project. If I go back to my example of Hordern, it was the Local Enterprise Partnership there and Durham County Council that provided most of the funding for the line, for the station I mean, in addition to the Department of Transport's new station fund. Eastleigh Borough Council over the years has taken a very strong and support to sustainable transport and taken it really seriously. And one only has to look at this Hedge End station and also Chandler's Ford station, which receives strong support from the Borough Council for their reopening.
Councillor Aidy, you've got about 30 seconds left.
Okay. So for these projects to come aboard, there must be support for it. We have supported public transport in buses as well, and so we do in fact support public transport in a big way. This station will be at a remote location and will be dependent for its patronage on massive house building in the area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can we have a seconder, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Paul Bicknell, happy to second Councillor Airy's amendment. Thank you.
Just the amendment of Councillor Gilman wishes to speak.
Right, now we are going to debate just the amendment.
Councillor Gomer.
Oh, Councillor Gomer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I suppose I, like many, would like to see a lot more investment in public transport. I'd like to see the Solent region's transport infrastructure deficit filled so that we can get where we need to go in an environmentally friendly and spatially efficient way. So I suppose on that basis, I'm all for more railway stations, especially in my ward, which would be lovely to have some better connectivity. And of course, I'd love to see our region have much better access to high frequency services like many of the world's other metropolitan regions have. But there's always a but, isn't there? I'm afraid in this case, I can't support the proposal as originally put, which is why I'm going to support the amendment. Fundamentally, because basically Allington is in the middle of nowhere, stuck up in the northernmost part of my ward. The reality is that this station would barely connect anyone to anywhere. I appreciate that driving down Allington Lane at 40 miles an hour in a car makes it seem deceptively short. But to put this in context, the houses at the southern end of Allington Lane, Upnell Close and Oakvale, are actually closer to Swaithling Station than they would be to Allington. For most of West End, it would be about a 30-minute walk up a road with no pavement. The proposal will not reduce car journeys. On the contrary, it practically demands them. The nearest development, of course, will be 1 Horton Heath. But the marginal utility of a new station to that development is limited because actually a station at Allington would only be slightly closer than Hedge End. It's certainly not of the scale that Network Rail indicate is required to make Allington Station viable. So as Councillor Airey says, the only way that this station could possibly be useful, let alone viable and economically sustainable, would require massive amounts of development to the north of West End, a position that the evidence suggests is probably not viable in planning terms and which is not council policy. So in the absence of any nearby population to use a station at Allington, and the absence of any policy to create a sufficiently large population centre there, I just don't really see any value from the very substantial cost of putting that station in. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bicknell, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as many of you know, that as well as being the councillor for Eastleigh South and cabinet member for regeneration, my full-time job is actually a train driver, and I know this little bit of line very, very well. Personally, I don't actually like stations because they slow me down. It's much more fun when you don't have to stop. But anyway, coming back to the serious business, I just wanted to comment on some of the technical aspects of this from my professional working background. Councillor Airey has covered a lot of stuff already, but putting it, well, actually it's going to be 2 extra stations because Wellbourne's been given the pretty much the go-ahead, and that's on a single line between Botley and Fareham, in the vicinity of the old Knoll Hospital platform that still exists. So this would actually be doubling the stations between Fareham and Eastleigh, and Councillor Airey is absolutely right. It would add at least 10 minutes on the train journey from the 1 tangos that run from Portsmouth Harbour to London Waterloo, which might not sound an awful lot, but the way the railway works, it does become very complicated. So you leave Hedge End, you'd actually be lucky to get to 40 miles an hour before you would have to start braking for an Allington station. I think coming from the other way, from Eastleigh towards Hedge End, you'd probably be lucky to get up to about 30 miles an hour before you'd have to start stopping for Hedge End, if they, and Allington Station, and that. So, and you have the same principle with Wellbourne, in the fact that obviously the time that the train decelerates and accelerates, and the dwell time in the station. For the new modern units, dwell time in a station is an absolute minimum of 1 minute, and that's without anyone getting on. The door cycle to open and close is 30 seconds apiece, and that. So Councillor Airey is absolutely right that it would add 10 minutes. Eastleigh is a busy station. It has crew changes with for the freight drivers, and so if you are delayed coming from Portsmouth Harbour and then across the single line and delayed into Eastleigh, you're either delaying a freight train, which can be 1/4 mile long, or 2 or 3 sections, and everything starts backing up, and then the way it works then is you'd be out of sync at Basingstoke, at Woking Junction, trying to get through Clapham, and all the time you are delaying other trains. So a few minutes delay because of problems on the single line and at Allington could actually cost the rail companies, Network Rail, whoever, many hundreds, if not thousands of pounds in delays, because you could actually be delaying a train that's actually starting at Guildford and trying to get into London Waterloo. So it's very complex. It's not quite as easy as just building some, a couple of platforms and the rail operator will suddenly start stopping there. Councillor Goma raises some very good points, but as well with actually making it viable. Now, as Councillor Airey will know, that he and we sat down and we fed back into Network Rail's 20-year plan about how we could increase capacity in and around the Eastleigh area, with changing some of the points and the speeds and the double tracking, that little bit going into Eastleigh, and obviously the link from Parkway to actually get to Hedge End. Network Rail took absolutely no notice, because Network Rail's policy at the moment is not to expand branch lines. All their effort, they'll maintain them, but all their effort is on the main line, capacity through Clapham. You've got 30 seconds left. No, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that. And just as an example, you've only got to look at the railway line down towards Hythe and Marchwood that Network Rail are not interested in. And that's already that's already there. It's got signals and such like. So I can't support the original motion. I will be supporting the amendment as laid down by Councillor Airy, because actually I just think it is unfair to raise expectation on something that realistically is not going to happen for many, many decades. And I shall leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I remind members that we are debating the amendment, not the main motion? So just stick to the amendment, please. Councillor Bearded, please.
No one should doubt the Liberal Democrats' determination to move towards mass transport. If we're going to combat climate change, it is the only way that we're going to achieve that. We need to make sure that roads don't just carry cars, but carry buses and electrified buses and that kind of thing as well. It's 4.8 miles to the centre of Southampton from West End. If you went by bus, it would take you 28 minutes. If you cycled it, it would take you about 28 minutes. So, you know, the structure of our bus services in that part of the city are just dreadful, and that's the kind of thing that we need to get tidied up. We need to work on. We need to work on electrification of parts of the railways. And so to propose this kind of ludicrous, very expensive and simply not going to happen scheme is, as Councillor Bicknell said, just going to raise everyone's expectations and not really get to the crux of the problem, which is doing achievable measures that are going to get your biggest bang for your buck, move people off roads onto viable mass transport systems. So I would going to support the amendment to this motion.
Councillor Pragnell, please. Is Councillor Pragnell there, please?
Sorry, I didn't hear you call me. Beg your pardon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This proposition sort of intrigued me. The whole idea is, I'm pretty sure I speak for all my colleagues when I say that we would all support sustainable public transport, and we should put our efforts into transport systems and solutions that are achievable. Now, we've heard tonight, most eloquently from Councillor Airy and Councillor Bicknell, that any consideration of an extra station in Allington Lane is impossible. The detail presented by Councillor Bicknell should leave anyone in no doubt at all that the idea of redrawing up all the timetables for a great section of the central south of England and re-engineering several other major intersections for building a station in the middle of fields really doesn't make any sense at all. Our local plan, as I understand it, is required to provide an achievable plan that will shape the borough for the next 15 to 20 years. And we know that a station in Allington Lane has been ruled out for at least that long, so it's got no place in our local plan. And for that reason, we should just reject it and go with the amendment, which seems to be well thought out. Now, for our local plan to provide a framework for the future, it must deal with the facts. And I really seriously doubt that the next generation are going to be very complimentary of us if they find that our local plan is full of pipe dreams and wishes that will never come true. This council has an unrivaled record in the past of delivering planning, housing and finance. And that's because we do deal with facts and formulate achievable plans. And I feel that suggesting this station now is really just mischief making. We all know that it couldn't happen. We've known this for a long time. It misleads the public and presents a false expectation, has been said, and it is true, it does. the station has been considered and it was investigated and it was found to be unachievable several years ago, and certainly unachievable for the life of our local plans going to be there. So I really think we need to move past this, and just for that reason alone, it mustn't feature anymore in the debate on our local plan. I like what David Aries put down in here in his amendment. I think it's very well reasoned and it complements the existing strategies and policies that we have. And I will vote for and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Craig.
Councillor Craig.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very quick. I will be supporting David's amendment to this. As Cabinet Member for Health and Community Safety, we've learnt over the last few months with fewer cars being on the road that it has had an improvement to our residents, especially those with respiratory issues. If we had a station at Allington Lane, it would only be viably used by cars. There would be no other way of getting there. As already been mentioned, there's no pathways, etc. I think, you know, it's a great idea. We did have this come up when we debated the local plan, and factually we had a letter that was submitted at that local plan to say that there were no viability of putting a station there. I would like to see, as mentioned earlier, Hedge End's a well-used station. I'd like to see some improvements made there, and I think we ought to be pushing for those improvements there again. It's not overly used because it can't be used by the elderly and disabled that can't use the bridge. So we have tried to get some money there for improvements which haven't been made. So if we can't get improvements at existing stations, I don't think there's any reason for us to be trying to get a station where it wouldn't be used other than those that have cars. Thank you.
Councillor Gruevski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just say to Councillor Airy, thank you for mentioning Hordern. It reminded me that I haven't heard of Hordern for many, many years, and it's even longer since I used to travel around on the bus through Hordern and many of the other old mining villages. So thank you for that. I'm pleased to see the amendment because I felt there was no way I could have supported the original motion. And if I just read out what I was going to say, it will explain why I'm going to support Councillor Airy's amendment. I was going to say that I'm very much in favour of seeking opportunities to increase travel by sustainable public transport and via both the forms that we're used to and, importantly, looking at ways of providing innovative public transport modes in the future. However, I did feel that the original motion was lacking in evidence, and that's been brought out in the amendment, because as far as I was aware, there's no feasibility study to support the proposal, nor a cogent business case in terms of demand or anything else. So I'm very pleased to see the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor House. Councillor House, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm really struggling to get the mute to come off at that point, but there we go. So thank you. I just wanted to clarify the point about One Horton Heath that's been raised a little bit in the debate, but not totally detailed. The One Horton Heath package will have fantastic walking and cycle routes to both Hedge End and Eastleigh. We had a debate about a year or so ago about One Horton Heath and committed to achieving a cycleway from Horton Heath to Eastleigh, which would mean it'd be quicker to get to Eastleigh from Horton Heath by bike than it would be by road. And I think that rather makes the case about the proximity between the stations at Eastleigh and Hedge End, given that the Hedge End station is so near to Horton Heath. We do need to understand that this was looked at very seriously in the late 1990s when the council considered development at Allington, and it was looked at again during the last local plan process when the council evaluated Allington and found that it didn't work, partly for the reasons that are set out here. So the reality is that even if one were to see 4,000 houses, 5,000 houses built in the gap between Bishopstoke, Horton Heath and West End, it still wouldn't be possible to develop a viable railway station in this location for the reasons that Paul and David in particular have so eloquently explained. So the motion doesn't stack up. The amendment does. I know some of the independent group want to see development south of Bishopstoke rather than north of Bishopstoke, but this really isn't the way to get it.
Can I ask Councillor Tidridge to sum up on the amendment, please?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just a little bit surprised about the negativity about this motion. I'm also particularly surprised that Councillor Airy just didn't opt to just vote against it. Because effectively that's what his motion does. I mean, all I can see that his motion says is, don't like the is that a station at Allington Lane won't work, and we like public transport. I don't actually think it brings anything new to what the council is currently doing. I mean, surely the council already supports sustainable transport in principle, already supports cycling and walking. And so therefore I don't really see the point of the amendment, and I don't quite understand why Councillor Airy just simply didn't just opt to vote against the motion. That to me would have made a bit more sense, but hey. I'm also a little bit surprised that the cost is considered to be prohibitive when plenty of councillors here have been very vocal in their support for the Chickenhall Lane Link Road, which makes this option for the station look like a bargain by comparison. So in terms of cost, and certainly can't be described as being any less feasible than the Chickenhall Lane Link Road if you're looking simply from a cost perspective. It's also a little bit sad as well because I know that there's been various options being looked at in the past around light railway and other options. I really do welcome the cycleway between Horton Heath and between Horton Heath and Easy Town. I think that's brilliant, and I've been very keen to support that from the first I heard of it. But we do have to look at wider public transport options, and adding a new station. Perhaps it's not the it's certainly not the only approach, but we do need to move away from this idea of it's cars and roads, and maybe a little bit of cycling. We do need to try and move on from that to thinking about public transport in a more holistic way, because we owe it to, as somebody mentioned earlier, about the next generation. We certainly do owe it to the next generation. I certainly would support what Councillor Craig was talking about in terms of improving Hedge End Station so that it's more usable by a wider percentage of our population. But I'm not supporting the amendment because, like I said, I don't really understand why it's been brought rather than simply opposing the substantive motion. Thank you.
Right, now we will move to vote on the amendment only. All those in favour?
In favour?
Those against?
Against.
Any abstentions?
The amendment is clearly carried.
So the amendment is clearly carried.
So now there you go.
All right, now Laura will put the motion on the screen and we will debate it.
So this is the amended motion, Mr. Mayor.
This is the amended motion.
Is there any debate?
Any debate on it?
Do I need to move that, Mr. Mayor?
No, he doesn't.
No.
No, that's the amended motion.
Thank you.
That looks like nobody wishes to debate that. So Councillor Tidridge now still gets the opportunity to sum up on the original on the motion.
All right, now Councillor Tidridge still gets the privilege to sum up on the motion.
When it transfers to me. Is it going to transfer to me?
Yeah.
Laura? Wonderful, thank you. It feels a little bit strange to be summing up on a motion that I absolutely no longer support, because I don't feel it brings anything new to the party. I don't disagree with anything this motion says, but I don't believe it's actually stating anything or establishing anything that this council is not already doing. But thank you very much indeed for your time in at least thinking about sustainable transport with regards to 1 Hordern Heath. Thank you.
Right, now we move on to the vote. All those in favour?
Agreed.
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 Against?
Agreed.
Any against?
Against.
Against.
Abstentions?
Councillor Hollis abstaining for the same reason.
That's clearly carried.
That's clearly carried then. All right, now we'll have a 10-minute break.
Councillors, can I just remind you all to please mute all microphones and please don't unmute them until the meeting formally resumes. Thank you.
Right, we'll do 3 back. Ready, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Right, welcome back, everybody. Have we got everybody back in?
Move on to the next
We could do a collective good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not sure what's good about it, but good evening.
Right. We move to the next item, item 12. That's a motion again by Councillor Parker Jones. Can I ask Councillor Parker Jones to introduce our motion, please? You got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Mayor. The motion we have in front of you is to consider major infrastructure projects and how they impact on the whole of our borough rather than just one local area. In fact, I was going to say quite a lot about why this was important for democracy, but I think actually Councillor House kind of stole my thunder at the beginning when he mentioned about Councillor Goreski and the ability for democracy to be seen to be done when the library should be brought back to the full council. And that's exactly the same with this, which is sometimes some things go to local area committees, which are wonderful, and they have a very, very important place in the work of this council. However, sometimes those projects are so important for the whole of the borough that borough residents might miss out on the opportunity to really influence it. So I would really, really like to see everybody support this. Some of the infrastructure projects coming up that we are aware of include things like the airport, and my residents in Bishopstoke particularly live under the flight path. They will not have a voice because that will be determined by Eastleigh Local Area Committee. It seems really sad that we can't suspend standing orders and bring some of those larger infrastructure projects forward for everybody to determine at full council. So my proposal is that major infrastructure projects should be determined by full council, that the cabinet should determine when a project is deemed to be major. You know, we've got some really good examples, haven't we? We've had things like Places Leisure, but that is such an important asset, not just to the residents of Eastleigh Town, but the whole of the borough. And that actually the council's monitoring officer could do this by amending the constitution to enable this to happen. We know that there have been occasions where this council has been bold and said, actually, this is going to impact on others more. So, for example, with One Horton Heath, a special board was created. But I hope that you feel the same as myself, that if your residents are going to be impacted, that we should all get that opportunity to speak up and to represent them and to serve democracy. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder, please?
Yes, I'm seconding it. Yes, I'm seconding it, but I'm reserving my right to speak until later.
Thank you. Any debate?
Councillor Pretty.
Councillor Pretty.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listening to the proposed motion, I regret I'm really unable to support it. Many local authorities operate with a few councillors making major decisions through planning committee system. Prior to 1996, this is how Eastleigh dealt with such planning issues, with a number of councillors making decisions on areas for which they had little local knowledge. A Hedge End member could be asked to vote on an issue or application in Chandler's Ford, and on which they had to rely on officers' advice only rather than local knowledge. It allowed other elected members to avoid responsibility for unpopular decisions by simply saying, I'm not on the planning committee, which is surely not an ideal situation. When the area committee system was established in 1996, it ensured that any matter within an area was dealt with by local members. Who is better placed to take decisions on local matters than local councillors? The area committee system allows local members who appreciate matters in their areas to make decisions based on their local knowledge. It makes us as councillors accountable to our residents. We must take responsibility for our actions. If residents disapprove, they won't vote for us at the next election. This motion is asking us to refer all major infrastructure applications to full council in order to allow members to participate, comment, make decisions in areas where there's no representation or mandate, which can only be retrograded step and which would negate local accountability. Councillor Parker Jones has made reference that the public wouldn't be involved in such decisions, but particularly with the airport, you get consultations being undertaken, and that happens in the majority of major applications. So I believe that the public are consulted. Indeed, members are already able to attend and speak at another area committee should they wish. And I'm sure that the members of the area committees, considering any major application, will, which affects other parts of the borough, seriously take into account that fact when they're undertaking their debates. So why change? The motion would also make it necessary to ask what constitutes a major application and who's going to make that decision. This would be a very subjective decision. Far better to leave it as it is than face arguments over this point. Some applications could even be such a nature as to warrant decisions being made by Hampshire or another authority. Again, not worthy of consideration. So colleagues, the area committee system has strengthened our local democracy, allowing local councillors to take local decisions based on information that they know locally, that they have had information fed back from consultations. I see no justification in changing, and I'd ask them to support me and vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bickler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Pretty. I endorse and agree with everything he's actually said. I can't support this motion because to me it's the thin end of the wedge of starting to undermine the local area committee process. Councillor Pretty has said why the local areas are so good and so powerful. Local people making local decisions. And that's what local democracy is all about. You can't have it all ways. You can't pick and choose which bit of local communities you want. It's either all or nothing. Councillor Pretty has spelt out what nothing means. Nothing means an undemocratic local democracy. I'm very disappointed at this motion. I mean, it's well known that the Tory group would love to get rid of the local area committees. We have it every budget meeting about disbanding the local area committees, although it's softened slightly because that's been defeated so many times. It's now we can make some savings on the local area committee, but we know what the real reason is. I mean, this isn't something that's new. Councillor Atkinson on the 16th of July in 2015, in reply to or follow up to Councillor House, suggested that significant planning matters should be dealt with by full council. You know, I have a certain amount of respect for the independent group, but I didn't think they would actually potentially want to join with the Tories in starting to undermine, however small, the local area committee system. Something that Councillor Parker Jones has just said that she actually believes in, but only when it suits. At the end of the day, with these large planning applications, this is where local area committee members basically have to front up and make the decision. People from outside of the local area committees area can actually go and voice their objections as part of the debate and as part of the weighing up process of councillors when it comes to making a decision. Those objectors, or those people who are in favour from within the local area committee or outside the local area committee, are taken into account along with all the other evidence and the reports at a planning meeting. So for those reasons, I can't support a motion in any way, shape or form that is undermining or starting to undermine, however small, the local area committee's decision. And I would hope that the rest of the members would actually also reject this motion and protect the local area committee system as it is, and as strong as it is. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Beard, please.
I'd like to start off with agreeing what Councillor Bicknell said there. It's what defines a good Liberal Democrat run council, because we believe in localism, and it's about putting the trust in the people who represent the people in that area. And it's brave because, you know, we could easily lose control of certain area committees, and the right thing to do is to maintain that robust local decision-making process, regardless of who's in control. If the people locally want to put different representatives in control and give them the power to decide what happens in their locality, then that's democracy, and that is what we believe in. And yes, there's big infrastructure projects like the airport, and my colleagues, your colleagues, everyone's colleague will all debate this amongst themselves. They'll be lobbied, but first and foremost, the decision should go to the people who it affects most directly, and we as elected colleagues should have the trust in those people to make the right decision. And I think local area committees give the people who have the great local knowledge that added extra. And that's about trust, localism, and democracy, and that's why I wouldn't support this motion.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I heard councillor, then I lost your voice. Well, as one of the people who can remember what it was like when we had separate committees, and then for a short while we did actually try a system where there was an overarching planning committee that it wasn't called planning committee, I can't remember the name of it, but where we could take decisions which affected perhaps the whole borough or where it was felt would be biased. We found that we didn't need it, and the reason we didn't need it, and I think that perhaps some of our newer members misunderstand the system, it's quite simple. If residents from Bishopstoke want to go and speak when ELAC debates the airport, they can go, they can register to speak, and they can speak. So they're not losing any representation at all. Members of different area committees could go and speak as a member of the public at any other LAC. So I don't see that the present system robs anyone of representation. In fact, it improves the representation because it does centre all decisions on the local area. And for that reason, I am not going to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Collery, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have some sympathy for this motion because the airport has a big effect not only on the Eastleigh town, but also on areas to the west, which include my own in Fair Oak. Obviously, we're not as badly affected as the people of Bishopstoke, and but I do suffer from much of the same frustration that we are not going to be involved in the decision. Nonetheless, I think the importance of the local area committee system outweighs the frustration that I feel on this case. I have every intention of speaking at the Eastleigh local area committee when they come to decide this decision, and I will forcefully put the views that I have and have when informed by my residents. But as Councillor Parker-Jones knows and Councillor Sigridge, it is a matter of the local area committee does deal with local problems and deals with local decision making, And it does sometimes fall out of our control, unfortunately, because the electors do not always do what I want them to do. So Councillor Tidridge was, Councillor Parker-Jones was chairman of my local area committee for a year, and a very good chairman, got no objections to that. And she worked hard for the community, as one would expect. And that's the way we work here in Eastleigh. It's a very good way of getting people who actually understand the issue to work. I think it works well. It does have occasional disadvantages. That borders things, the border is not convenient, or you're not in quite the right group. And sometimes we do deal with these on an ad hoc way, like the one with Horton Heath Committee. But I don't think that I can support a motion that detracts from the local area committee system, and therefore I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Craig, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quite brief. I won't be supporting this motion. As a resident, I would like local people making decisions in my local area. So, you know, for me to be making decisions in other areas that I don't know so much about, it would kind of go against what I believe. But just one point, I'm sure Councillor Parker-Jones voted against the local area chair vote earlier because she said she didn't know, wasn't part of the area. So it seems a bit double-edged when she wants to make decisions on some things, but not on others.
Point of order. I didn't say I voted against at all. I abstained.
Yeah, you abstained
on the basis.
It was still against. Lou, I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. It's live, and you know we want to be adults doing this. You had your say, and I stayed quiet. So please respect me as well. But you did abstain, saying that you didn't know the area. So, you know, why would you want to be making decisions on areas, or make the rest of us want to make decisions on areas that we're not au fait with? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tidridge, please. Oh, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd just like to go back on a couple of points which others have brought up so far. Going back to some of the points that Councillor Pretty made, what Councillor Jones's motion is not saying is that we go back to something that was being done in the past. That's not what this motion says at all. Just to clarify what the motion is actually saying, the motion is saying that cabinet would decide whether or not a planning application constitutes major infrastructure or not. Cabinet. That decision would then go to full council. All other planning applications, all other local decisions would still continue to be made by the local area committees. And so therefore it doesn't undermine the local area committee at all. If anything, it strengthens it. I'd like to draw members' attention to an email that I think all of us received earlier this week from a resident wanting to express their views about the airport, because they thought, presumably, that they wanted to address all the councillors who were making the decision. If they'd known, presumably, that they only needed to address a small number of them, perhaps they wouldn't have automatically sent that email to so many of us. It just demonstrates that our residents think that their councillor, their Eastleigh Borough councillor, will be able to make a decision or be part of the decision for something that affects the entire borough. In fact, impacts in the case of the airport way beyond our borough. The local area committee system works brilliantly for local decisions, and I support it absolutely. I think it's really important that we make decisions about where something has an impact on very much on our local area. And I'm certainly not saying that the airport doesn't have an impact, particularly on the residents of Eastleigh Town, in particular Campbell Road and the area around there. Obviously, will be massively impacted. However, Bishopstoke will also be impacted. Bishopstoke local area committee has no decision making on the airport. We can attend as members of the public, but we cannot represent our residents as part of that decision-making process. And given that we're talking about, in the case of the airport, something that has such a massive impact, not only on Eastleigh and beyond, to have it being decided by a very small section of VC Borough Council feels very unfair. It feels very unfair on the residents of Bishopstoke. It also feels very unfair on all the residents of the wider borough who obviously have impacts, positive and negative, from the airport and how it goes ahead massively. It's a huge thing. But also I think it's unfair on the Eastleigh Town Local Area Committee to expect them to make a decision on something which has such a wide, it's an awful lot to take on their shoulders, and I know they are absolutely up for that. I'm not questioning that, but I just feel that it's wrong to make decisions about something so massive as a stadium, a massive leisure centre, an airport, by just one little local area committee. Let's support the local area committee system by keeping it local, and let's look at major infrastructure projects which go way beyond it. Obviously consult, obviously make sure that the people closest to it geographically have a strong say in it, but it has to be taken by a wider group. And in the case of the airport, geographically Bishopstoke is so close, and yet we do not have a say in it other than just as members of the public. But thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Tyson-Payne, please.
Good evening, everyone. I hear what you're saying, Councillor Tidridge and Councillor Parker-Jones. I hear what you're saying and I understand your frustrations. I am equally as frustrated by decisions made in central government that I don't agree with and I don't seem to have much say in. I understand where you're coming from. I just think, sadly, you need to trust us to do the right thing, and please make your representations to us. Let us know how your residents feel. Encourage your residents to contact us through the appropriate channels so that we can hear their voice as well as our local residents. Thank you very much.
Councillor Graveski, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I just say I'm pleased that Councillor Parker-Jones recognises the constitutional arrangements for decision making at Hampshire County Council, even if other members don't seem to. And to those members who have championed the local area committee system, and one or two seem to think that it's the only way we can have democracy, well, to them I'd say that most lower tier councils, where there is the two-tier system, managed to have democracy without the local area committee system. But we're not here to talk really about local area committees, I don't think. And I have to say, when I saw this motion, I thought it was a bit woolly and non-specific, and I hadn't realised it was about the airport. You know, silly me. I thought it was about major infrastructure projects. The airport is not a major, it will be a major infrastructure project if it was a new airport, but it isn't. It's, I think, 170 yards of runway. But anyway, I'll carry on talking about the wording in the motion, because major infrastructure projects are defined in government legislation as projects in the fields of energy, transport, waste, wastewater and water. And therefore, at point 2 in the motion, there's no need for Cabinet to have to grapple with what a major infrastructure project is, because it's already been defined. Furthermore, much of the provision of new major infrastructure projects, which is what I thought the motion was about, fall ultimately within the remit of Hampshire County Council. Now, as far as planning matters within the remit of the borough and district councils are concerned, members are entitled under the Constitution, yes, to go and speak at the other local area committees. I'm not sure how much good it does. I've done it a few times myself, but they can also call in decisions made by local area committees to council for further consideration. And it's no secret that I'm not in favour of major planning applications. as distinct from major infrastructure projects referred to in the motion, being made by just a handful of councillors, and believe that projects such as the new leisure centre at Fleming Park and the Stoneham development, which had implications for the strategic road network across the borough, should have involved more members in the decision-making process. But this is not the substance of the motion. It's not in the wording of the motion before us, and therefore I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
I think that's everything, Mr. Mayor. So it's Councillor Parker-Jones to sum up.
Right, I think that's it. Nobody else wants to speak, so ask Councillor Parker-Jones to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to our last councillor for speaking. And I'm sorry, perhaps I should have been more explicit and said I clearly got my language wrong, and that's clearly something that I will have to learn for the future. When I think of major infrastructure, I think about the major infrastructure that impacts upon our borough, rather than thinking about how government defines major infrastructure projects. This wasn't about undermining the local area committee. This is about the fact that my residents cannot hold any of the members of the Eastleigh Local Area Committee to account for any decision they take. My residents will not have the same voice as the other residents across Eastleigh. This was about saying actually some things are bigger than just a local area committee. The impact was so much bigger. I am frustrated by the fact that it will not be supported. I am not surprised, clearly, but I am saddened that democracy seems to be all right for some cases, but not all right for other cases. So I think that's the best way to sum up how people have talked on the matter. Oh, and I never voted against the chair of Eastleigh Local Area Committee. I just feel, because democracy is so important at a local level, that the people that are best placed to appoint that person is the actual committee and the local residents. I shouldn't be taking a decision on their committee, because that's very much a local matter. Thank you.
Right.
Move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion.
Right. All those in favour of the motion.
For.
Against.
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 Mr. Mayor, I think we should have a recorded vote, because there's clearly.
I think there's a bit of mix-up, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'll happily second that, Mr. Mayor. This Councillor Bicknell.
So will I.
All right.
We'll move to a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Right. It was. We'll move to the recorded vote. No, I'll ask Laura to go ahead.
Of course, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Airy.
Against.
Councillor Allingham.
Against.
Councillor Asman.
Against.
Councillor Atkinson.
Against.
Councillor Bearder.
Against.
Councillor Bicknell.
Against.
Councillor Bourne.
Against.
Councillor Broadhurst.
Against.
Councillor Campbell.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Corbyn.
Against.
Councillor Caldry.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
Against.
Councillor Doogie.
Against.
Councillor Dogood.
Against.
Councillor Garton.
Against.
Councillor Gomer.
Against.
Councillor Grafsky.
Against.
Councillor Groves.
Against.
Councillor Holes.
Against.
Councillor House.
Against.
Councillor Irish.
Against.
Councillor Jerd.
Against.
Councillor Curl.
Against.
Yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Manning.
Against.
Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Parker-Jones.
Oh.
Councillor Pragnell.
Against.
Councillor Pretty.
Against.
Councillor Rich.
Against.
Councillor Rushton. Oh, I think Councillor Rushton has dropped out due to IT. She's Councillor Tennant.
Against.
Councillor Tidridge. Councillor Tidridge. Councillor Trace.
Sorry, did you get that, Laura?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
4.
I was going to come back to you at the end. Councillor Trace.
Against.
Councillor Tyson Payne.
Against.
Thank you, councillors. That's very clearly against, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, move on to the next item.
Right, we move on to the next item now. It's an update to the Council's modern slavery statement. The report can be found in your agenda pack. Councillor Tina Campbell is going to move the item. Do you want to speak, Tina?
Just a short word, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So whilst it's a statutory requirement to make this statement every financial year, it feels more poignant to do so this year with the recent focus on the treatment of Black people, both past and present. I'm sure the images of slave owner Edward Colston's statue being toppled into the water in Bristol are still fresh in the minds of many of us. Whilst it might seem incredulous to us now that it was once deemed acceptable and even the norm for people to be enslaved, we shouldn't allow this change in public attitudes to fool us into thinking that slavery has been abolished. What once happened overtly is now happening covertly. People are still being exploited for commercial gain. The requirement to make this statement annually is an important reminder of the need for all of us to be alert to this danger and to do all we can to ensure that modern slavery is not happening within the council or our supply chains. I urge all councillors present to show their support for this statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I wish to second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Now move to the debate.
Oh.
Now move to the debate.
All right, now we move to the debate. Yeah.
Councillor Parker Jones.
Councillor Parker Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely 100% fundamentally believe we've got to do all we can to eradicate modern day slavery. In fact, we know of cases that have happened very close to this borough, in fact right up at our edge, and it's often very small and it may and hidden, you know, trafficking of women. There's so many things where slavery continues. So the thing that upsets me is the very first line, Appendix 1, where it says Eastleigh Borough Council is committed to reducing modern slavery. I'm sure we don't just want to reduce, we cannot have it at all. I think we should be working to eradicate modern slavery and challenging anything which should help to facilitate anybody that might think that they can do that to people, to treat them in an inhumane and inappropriate way. Slavery had no place historically. It has no place today. So I would like to see it actually strengthened, and I 100% support that we should have a statement and do everything we can to ensure that there is no slavery in the future in this borough. Thank you.
Councillor Tidridge, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to reiterate what Councillor Parker Jones has just said. We should be aiming to eradicate modern slavery. I think there have been a few incidents in the news recently which really bring home how important this issue is. It's not only historic, it's going on now. When we see what's happened in Leicester, in Boohoo's supply chain, and when we look at what's going on in China, I mean, basically anything you're getting at the moment from China that has cotton in it, we need to make sure that it's not come from Xinjiang, which of course has been associated with the atrocities that the Chinese government is subjecting the Uyghur people to. Modern slavery is a massive issue, and it's not only looking at direct use of labour and visible use of labour is looking at what's under the surface. In the case of supply chains, it's a question of going back properly and having a real detailed and transparent approach to assessing a supply chain properly. So if this council is purchasing anything at the moment, for example, that's made of cotton and that comes from China, we need to be certain that it's not come from the Xinjiang province. If we're purchasing cotton generally, we need to make sure it's not come from the Uzbek region, where child slavery is very much associated with picking cotton. So slavery is not just historic, it's going on today, and that's why this modern slavery statement is so important, not only as an annual here's what we need to do, but as something that we absolutely need to be behind as a council in terms of doing what we can to eradicate slavery as much as we possibly can, as much as we can within our power. Thank you.
Councillor House, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I totally agree with the comments from all three substantive speeches so far. And if Tina Campbell's happy, I'd be very happy simply to change the word reducing to eradicating in Appendix 1, because it is very clearly saying what we really intend here, rather than reducing, which isn't what we're intending at all. We want to stop this. We want to end it, because it's not right in the 21st century. It wasn't right in the 19th century, in the 18th century, but it certainly isn't right now. So if Tina's happy, let's change reducing to eradicate.
You stole my thunder, Councillor House. I'm fully in support.
Okay, that's good.
Does anybody else wish to speak? If not, Councillor Campbell to sum up.
Does anybody else want to speak? No? Can I ask Councillor Campbell to sum up, please?
Thank you. I would just like to thank those who have spoken so passionately about this issue tonight, and absolutely we need to strengthen that word, and eradicate is very much the right word. So thank you for that, and I apologise if anything I said gave the impression that we weren't fully supportive of eradicating modern slavery, because I can assure you that I personally am, and the council is very much too. So thank you.
All right. We move to vote now. All those in favour?
In favour.
In favour.
In favour. Agreed.
Anyone against? Any abstentions? That's unanimously carried. Right. The next item is the cabinet statements. Councillors are reminded that they are entitled to a question and one supplementary on each statement. As we are being broadcast live this evening, we thought it helpful if each cabinet member who has tabled a statement is given about 1 minute to give an update in order in which statements are set out in the agenda. So, Councillor Pretty, can you give your update, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a lot to report other than on the business ground of business support. The figures that were in my report to you, slightly different. In terms of the discretionary grant, we've already given out £944,000. There's another £25,500 going out next week, so that was all good news. There's a balance on the original support grant funding. I'm sure that's going to come to an end soon, so we have been looking to try and pick up any companies that may be entitled to a grant, just to make sure that they do or don't want it. But that's all I really have to say. Otherwise, everything else remains the same. The high street closures are designed to help with the social distancing. It has proved a couple of issues in terms of traders, but I'm sure that once residents get the confidence to go back out into the high street and shop, those doubts will disappear. So that's all I really want to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions on Councillor Pretty's update? Right, next one is Councillor Curl. Please, can you give your update, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of issues. Just wanted to pass on my sincere thanks to all of our waste operatives who, as you know, have been working tirelessly throughout this COVID emergency to try and continue to keep our services running as per normal. Our recycling figures are continuing to be very buoyant and very good, and we've had an increased number of households joining our Green Garden waste collection service, which is really good. As you've probably heard this evening, it's been mentioned a couple of times about we're developing proposals to create a tree nursery, which, as promised, will be delivering 160,000 trees over the next decade. Also, Cabinet agreed at last to the update to the Climate Environment Emergency Action Plan, stepping up our response to this important issue. And we've had a really good response to our advert for a climate manager role, which we're looking to recruit to very shortly. We've expanded our ecology team, which will enable us to do more work on our biodiversity action plan and also deliver more work in this important area. Our country parks have been incredibly important for not only our nature but health and well-being of our residents, and during this emergency both our parks and trails have remained open throughout the lockdown. We've had some incredibly positive feedback from residents about how valuable they found the fact that both of our parks have remained open during this time. So yes, just wanted to pass on my sincere thanks to all of our officers, all our waste operatives and our street team staff, and all those in our countryside and parks as well, for continuing to keep our parks and open spaces and our waste collection services going. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions on that? No? Next one is Councillor Campbell. Can you update, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 1 minute is not long to sum up the achievements of the social policy team over the past few months, and it's their performance during lockdown that I specifically want to focus on. They've gone above and beyond to do whatever has been necessary to support the most vulnerable in our communities and to ensure that vital support services continue to be delivered. Customer services answered over 26,000 calls, resolving 64% of inquiries at that first point of call, as well as dealing with nearly 18,000 items of digital correspondence. The homelessness team provided 41 households with emergency accommodation during lockdown, and the benefits team have handled a 300% increase in claims for council tax support. The DFG team used digital technology to do virtual assessments wherever possible, and they worked hard to be one of the first services reinstated as the lockdown lifted, recognising the importance of their service to our most vulnerable residents. And they did all of this working from home. I couldn't be prouder of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions on that? No? Finally, Councillor Ryrie, can you please give your update?
My report was written, Mr. Mayor, some long time ago now, and but things haven't changed an awful amount. I'm pleased to see that we're getting in now our new air quality measurement equipment. One of the places that's been questioned about as an appropriate site has been the Steel Close one. We are talking to the County Council about different location for the recording equipment there. The only other point I would make is that sometimes our transport workers are forgotten when there's glorification and thanks to those who've done all sorts of things as key workers across the borough and wider, and our transport workers have risen to the occasion very well, as have the transport operators, to ensure safe travel. and last weekend one saw bus seat numbers increasing now as the distance apart has been reduced a bit, which means instead of just 8 passengers on a single decker bus, now there's about 17, 18, depending upon the actual total number of seats. And I hope now that people will start having the confidence to use public transport. Now the vehicles and so on are safe. The services are getting back, many of them towards normal, and have been increased. And it's time now to see people starting to use public transport again, leaving their car at home to go to different locations for leisure, work, education or shopping. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions on that? No. Right. Next item is the members' questions, which can be found on your agenda packs. I'll now ask Councillor Atkinson to put her question to Councillor Curl, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Curl, whilst recognising the absolute need to protect the health and safety of our workers, when will food waste collections resume across the borough?
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson, for that question. I very much appreciate it. As you're aware, members, our food waste recycling collection was paused in March to ensure that we could maintain the safety of our staff. We also introduced a range of other measures that both crews and our residents could undertake to ensure safety. Safety has always been our first concern, as has ensuring the continuation of the majority of our services during the pandemic. Crews have worked tirelessly to ensure that waste and our wider recycling collections have continued during this time. Scientific advice is still unclear about airborne transmission, and the way in which food waste is collected via side collection pods on the side of waste lorries does mean that splashbacks are common. This is where the concern over the risk lies. However, as the service is currently paused from circumstances out of our control, we have also taken the opportunity to review and propose improvements to our recycling service, including how we best reintroduce food waste collection in a way that builds on the excellent recycling that residents have achieved over the years. As part of a drive to make waste collections more reliable, efficient and environmentally friendly, we will be carrying out a 3-month trial pilot to change the way waste is collected. 5,000 households across the borough will be selected to take in the pilot this autumn, which will see glass box collections take place every 2 weeks, currently, which is, as you know, collected every month, and food waste collected separately, weekly, in energy efficient vehicles. The pilot this autumn will trial food waste being collected by a smaller, low carbon, low pollution electric or hybrid vehicle. Food will still be collected every week, and for the first time, people in flats will now also be able to recycle their food waste too, which is incredibly important. By doing this, it allows us to use the existing food waste vehicle pods for the additional glass recycling. If successful, we will roll this method out to the whole borough. But please do be assured that we are working hard and are very committed to safely reinstating our weekly food waste collection, and we are proud to be the only Hampshire council who has offered this service to date. But this may take a little longer to reintroduce as we pilot these wider improvements. And in the meantime, obviously we do ask and to continue to ask residents to bag their food waste and currently put them in their black bin. Thank you.
Do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you, Councillor Kerr, for a very informative answer, and I'm delighted that we are working on waste collection. Can I ask what additional measures is Eastleigh Borough Council taking to control rats, as there has been a significant increase in the reporting of rats across the borough, possibly as a result of easier access to food waste?
I'm not quite sure whether there's the easier access to food waste, councillor, given that there is clear advice from the council as to how to dispose of your food waste in respect of obviously wrapping it within, and putting it into your black bin. With regards to increased numbers of rats, you know, this can happen, as we know, and obviously, you know, rats, if there's, because of the COVID-19, where there's been less people around, there is a distinct possibility that there has been less food available for them, so they have been probably more prevalent and been more, shall we say, visible during daylight hours, etc., because they are having to travel further for food source, because that basically has been sort of, as it were, cut off, because there's been less people around either dropping things or you know, going out in the public open spaces, etc. So yes, you know, we are obviously very actively monitoring what goes on with regards to any sort of, you know, infestations, etc. And clearly, obviously, we do have a pest control service, which is obviously trying to itself emerge as best it possibly can from the COVID-19 emergency. I don't think we're currently still able to enter people's properties, but we are able to, I think, or we have just recently resumed being able to make visits externally to properties to obviously help residents if there are particular issues. But as I said, I'm not sure there is a great correlation, I'm afraid, between us pausing food waste collection and an increased population in rats, or prevalence of seeing them because they have access to food waste, which clearly our advice is that you wrap it and put it in your black bin.
Thank you, Councillor Curl.
We'll now invite Councillor Atkinson to put her question to the leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor House, what is the expected financial cost to Eastleigh Borough Council this year following the coronavirus lockdown, bearing in mind the very heavy investment the council has made in commercial properties in both the rental and leisure industries, sectors which have suffered most from lockdown regulations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Atkinson. Well, we have reported our financial position to every cabinet meeting since the start of lockdown, because we want to make sure there is transparency in the council's finances. So the question really has already been answered, but just for the benefit of even more transparency, I'll just add a few more words, although more or less saying what we've already said. Whilst restrictions on normal life are slowly being eased, it's simply not possible to be certain of either the impact on the council's property portfolio or the impact on the regional and national property market right now. The long-term implications will take more time to filter through, as we know, as occupiers review their business needs and future requirements. The council's portfolio is, however, pretty diversified, with a high proportion of income coming from other sectors besides retail and leisure, which have been less adversely affected, such as offices and industrial units, where the market has remained positive. We've also made a pretty big effort to make sure that we've got strong tenants in our properties when we've acquired them, and so we're perhaps a little less vulnerable than some other places. However, we are absolutely cautious on all this stuff. We have been right the way through, and we have been as part of our acquisition strategy over the course of the last decade or more. And in being prudent, we have made a £1 million budgetary provision set aside to mitigate risk, and staff are working closely with all of our tenants to mitigate risk where possible, including working on payments plans. We recognise that there'll be some businesses that need payment delays, payment holidays, rescheduling, but so far, actually, the vast majority are still working with us in the way that they would normally do. And indeed, I've been on calls with other councils around the country, and one not so far away from here, that have seen a significantly worse impact on investment income than we have in terms of our portfolio.
Thank you, Councillor.
Do you have any supplementary?
I do, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Thank you. But thank you very much for that full response. But perhaps you can, I can ask, what assurances will you give that services across the borough will not be cut as a result of the review currently being undertaken by all service areas to identify and deliver efficiency savings to meet the anticipated additional costs of £200,000 and the loss of income of approximately £3.5 million to EBC in this financial year as a result of coronavirus? And surely the revisions to the medium-term financial plan to incorporate planned budgetary savings amount to a new budget for council, which should come to full council for consideration. Thank you.
No, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Atkinson is adding apples and pears and creating bananas along the way there. She's got that entirely wrong. The council has an ongoing efficiency programme we have had for many years, and we're doing exactly the same as we would do at any other occasion. We are still spending on priority projects. I said as part of my leaders report at the very start of this meeting all those hours ago that we're able to maintain our focus on public health, we're able to maintain our focus on infrastructure first, we're able to maintain our focus on the environmental and climate action, we're able to maintain our focus on housing delivery because we have got very solid, robust finances, and the £1 million budgetary provision we've made for property can easily be accommodated from property reserves that have been built up very substantially over the course of the last few years to give us a buffer to cater for in the event of something very significant happening. This clearly is something very significant happening at the moment. The other thing to note is that in the long run, property portfolios will still be a great source of income for the council because the economy will grow in time, and our job as a council is to make sure that it keeps growing, and not only keeps growing, but it starts to recover quicker than it would do if we didn't intervene. And that's one of the reasons we've got such really good relationships with our tenants, to make sure that they can get back to work just as quickly as they can, and we can do business with them, and they can create growth for our borough.
Thank you, Councillor House. Can I just add that the figures that I took are directly from the audit and risk papers that will be presented on Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I think that was an attempt at getting a third statement in, Margaret, but I could repeat what I just said, but given the lateness of the hour, I think we're pretty confident that the papers we've provided at Cabinet regularly through this process have given people more than every opportunity to scrutinise our council's finances, and they are robust.
Right, we move on to the next item now. The resolved items for noting and questions only. Councillor House, would you please move that the items listed at section 16 of the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move them all on block. I don't think we want to go through these individually. It's 7 minutes past 11.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite happy to second.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? No? Right, we move on to vote. All those in favour? Can you unmute?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed. Any against? Any abstentions?
Mr. Mayor, in closing, can I just thank you and put on record our thanks, I'm sure, from all of us, that you've gone through a 5-hour council meeting online, which is not just the longest online meeting we've ever had, it's one of the longer meetings we've had in recent years. Congratulations, well done, a great evening.
Yeah, well done, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes this meeting. Our next scheduled council meeting will be on Thursday, 12th November 2020 at 7 p.m. May I wish everybody good evening and good night.
Mr. Mayor.
Good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night, Mr. Mayor. Well done.
Good evening, one and all.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.